Good Monday morning. It's good to see you all. I know you had a great weekend. Members will please come to the floor. Members, please come to the floor and take your seats. Members will please come to the floor. The hour for convening having arrived, all members will please take their seats. Mr. Clerk, will you please ring the bell? We're going to have the morning roll call. I'm pausing just for a minute to allow the Rules Committee to make their way to the chamber. But we're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Members, I'll give you a heads up this morning. Immediately after the pastor speaks, we will have a special morning order. So I encourage members to be present for the special morning order. We will lock the doors in just a moment. Not yet, doorkeepers. We will lock the doors, but I will unlock them for some members who may have not been able to enter the chamber for the special morning order. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors and keep them closed? Members, I'm not going to ask you to stand, but I'll just let you know that certainly as your hearts and your prayers go out to the Riley family, we will have a special morning order to speak to the family right after the pastor brings his remarks. And I've asked the pastor certainly to remember that family, that beautiful young lady's life when he prays. So with that, we will begin, as is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the lady from the 135th House District, Representative Beth Camp, Representative Chair Lady Beth Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, members. I am honored here today to introduce my friend, Billy Smith. Billy Smith is the pastor at Christ Chapel Community Church, located in Zebulon, Georgia, and he has been there for 20 years. He is the founder of the church. Christ Chapel has 6 locations in Zebulon, Hamilton, Hampton, Fayetteville, the Pavilion, and Barnesville. I can assure you that Scott Hilton knows where none of those places are, but I can assure you they're wonderful places to be. Billy Smith has been married to his lovely wife Tina for 28 years, and they have 4 children, Cole, Lainey, Max, and Ruby, and Max is joining us today. I just wanted to speak a little bit about Billy Smith. A quote comes to mind: "A friend is one who overlooks your broken fence and admires your flowers anyway." At Christ Chapel, there's a big sign on the wall. It's lit up, it's beautiful, and it says, "Saved people serve people." I think that is probably one of the greatest things I do love about Christ Chapel is their dedication to serving the community and loving people where they are and accepting people when they come in. Quite honestly, I can't think of a more welcoming environment to come to on any Sunday morning. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Pastor Billy Smith.
Mrs. Speaker, thank you, sir. Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you, Representative Camp, for those kind words, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll be brief with my remarks today. You've probably heard your pastor say that before too, but I mean it. I'll be brief. I want to talk to you just for a short few minutes in the way of a devotion about 4 O's, the letter O in the alphabet: opportunities, opposition, obedience, and outcomes. Opportunities, opposition, obedience, and outcomes. In the Old Testament, there's a biblical character named Nehemiah. He had been exiled from his home after a war, and the walls of his town that he lived in and he loved, Jerusalem, had been burned and broken, and they were laying on the ground. He got this news, and he was compelled to go back and help organize. He was a great leader, organize the effort to rebuild that wall. In Nehemiah chapter 1, verse 4, it says, "When Nehemiah heard that the walls of Jerusalem were still broken down, after a half century of the completion of the rebuilding of the temple, he sat down and he wept." Most of us have something in our life that we're so passionate about that it makes us cry or it makes us laugh. It gets us up every day and it gets our motor running. And those are opportunities that each of us will have in life. One thing about opportunities, you'll have sometimes more in life than you know what to do with. There's a biblical term concerning opportunities I think it's important for us to understand. It's called the ability to discern. Discern is like cognitive, like I have a mind to make choices, but there's a spiritual component about that also, about being led. And everybody in this room, you have opportunities every day. We have to decide which one of those are from God and which one of those are just good opportunities that maybe we should pass on. Nehemiah could not pass on the opportunity to go home and rebuild the walls. He saw the opportunity and he seized it. Unfortunately, opportunities has a companion. Every time there's an opportunity, there's always opposition. I'm sure you're aware of that. When you have an opportunity and you want to do something great, you want to make a difference, opposition always shows up. Even the Apostle Paul in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians 16 and 8, it says that I'm going to stay on here in Ephesus. He was pastoring and preaching in Ephesus because a great door of effective work has opened for me. I have an opportunity. But then he goes on to say, but there will be many here who oppose me. And every time there's an opportunity in life, there will always be opposition. Nehemiah goes back to Jerusalem, gets permission from the king that he is serving to go home. And he gets back there and he meets with opposition. A guy named Tobiah, another guy named Sanballat. And they had friends, cronies, bullies that wanted to intimidate the workers and the force that he had gathered to rebuild those walls. I just want to remind you that opportunities come, and when you seize them, when you take advantage of them, there will always be opposition. The other O is obedience. When opposition comes, we have to decide if we're going to stand firm in our stance. Do we have grit, tenacity? Are we consistent? Will we stay with it? What I find in Scripture is from Genesis to Revelation, there are men and women in the Bible who obeyed God. And every time they obey God, it seems to be a systematic structure in Scripture that blessing follows obedience. And unfortunately, cursing and hopelessness and lack of joy follow us when we don't obey God. We have to decide after we had this great opportunity, we experience opposition, will we remain obedient in the call, in the opportunity that God has given us. The fourth O is outcomes. I've learned a long time ago I don't always control outcomes. I wish I did. I do control the opportunities that I take. I control my attitude in my heart with opposition and how I handle that. I control whether or not I'll remain obedient to that opportunity or that call. But I've learned that God is responsible for all outcomes. I've worked hard a few times and still failed. I haven't worked as hard as other times and had great success in life. Outcomes really belong to God. Nehemiah went back, organized, used his leadership skills, rebuilt the wall. And the Bible says he rebuilt those walls in 52 days, him and his partners in that passage of time to make that wall go up and be able to defend their city. 52 days. If Guinness World Records had been around, they'd have went over there and made note of it. I can't believe this happened so quick. Now, God controlled that outcome. But there are other areas in our lives where we have made plans and we have worked hard and it didn't turn out the way that we hoped. So we leave that in the hands of God. I start where I'm at, I use what I have, and I do what I can, and I let God do the things I can't do. I hope the 4 O's today will help you. Opportunities, opposition, obedience, and outcomes. Would you stand today and let's go to the Lord in prayer? We do want to remember the young lady that lost her life, Miss Lakin Riley. Our hearts are heavy for that family today. I'd also like to remember Trooper Edner, who lost his life last week working an accident scene. It's been a hard week for Georgia, and God still loves us. He still wants to take care of us. Father, I ask you today for wisdom and discernment and understanding. Help me to realize that all my opportunities come from you. You're a good and generous and gracious God. When those opportunities come with opposition, help me to know how to handle that and keep my eyes fixed on you. Give us all a God-sized courage today to obey and walk obedience out. We celebrate today, God, the outcomes, no matter what they are. Thank you for loving us, caring for us, and thank you, God, for being our biggest cheerleader. You're smiling over us today. Would you bless what happens in this room today? I pray those things in the wonderful name of Christ. Amen. Let's pledge allegiance this morning. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Billy, for those 4 O's. Doorkeepers, you may unlock the doors. And that'll be primarily for members to come back into the chamber. We will have a special morning order. Chairman Wiedauer, are you ready? Are you ready? Doorkeepers, will you please close the doors? Thank you, Pastor, for mentioning Lakin Riley. I'm going to ask all members to please stand. We will have a special morning order, a remembrance this morning for Ms. Lakin Riley. Chairman Wiedauer and friends, if you would like to join the chairman at the podium, you're welcome. Chairman Wiedauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I'm going to ask you for some grace. I typically pride myself in keeping composure when speaking from the well, and I acknowledge today that I may fail. Right now I stand here representing a district, a city, a university that is experiencing a wide array of emotions, from grief to anger and everything in between. Wyatt Banks and Lakin Riley. To the rest of the state, these may just be two names heard on the news, but to my community, they are a son and a daughter, a friend and a sibling, a sorority sister and fraternity brother, a classmate and fellow dog. While these two situations are woven together by grief and a shared community, they're unique in the shortcomings and failures that highlight for this body and for all elected officials. It's evident there's work to be done. And there will be time for that. There will be time for discourse, legislation, accountability, but that is not today. I believe we all can agree right now is the time for honoring these two beautiful young lives robbed of their bright future. Wyatt Banks was a freshman and member of Kappa Sigma fraternity. He was a political science major whose future may have crossed paths with any one of us in this room. He took academics seriously, was a member of the Terry College of Business and Moorhead Honors College. One of his fraternity brothers stated Wyatt diligently excelled in academics as a member of Moorhead Honors College and was always eager to help his friends in school whenever they needed it. Someone else said he had a radiant smile and contagious laughter. Wyatt's positive impact on his friends and family is evident. I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence to honor Wyatt Banks and the light he brought to those around him. Lakin Riley. Lakin was 22, a nursing student, a runner, a member of Alpha Chi Omega sorority, and a Dean's List student. Lakin's roommate said she never met a stranger, and she exuded kindness and acceptance to anyone she met. Her family said she's an amazing daughter, sister, friend, and overall person, and will be missed every day. It is evident that Lakin's life was spent in laughter and love. I would like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence to honor Lakin Riley and the light she brought to those around her. I know that several of us in this room have sons and daughters who recently attended or graduated from the University of Georgia. So this tragedy hits close to home, and honestly, I can't begin to fathom the heartbreak these two families are navigating. And I hope you'll join me in covering them with prayers in the weeks to come. But for every single person in this chamber, hug your loved one. Call them, check on them, cherish them. Don't let busyness be the thief of the precious time we have left together. Life is too short. I will leave you with this. My district, my community, and the University of Georgia are all resilient and strong. When times get tough, we come together and lean on one another. just like our student body is doing today as they gather on campus for a vigil in their memory. While time will continue, we'll never forget the precious names, Wyatt Banks and Lakin Riley. If you could join me in one final moment of silence. God rest your soul. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. 2 young lives ended way too soon. Doorkeepers, you may unlock the doors. Members, you may join the chaplain in the South Ante room to greet him and show your appreciation for him being with us today. Our doctor of the day today is brought to us by Representative Lehman Franklin from down in Statesboro, and she's a dear friend, Dr. Michelle Zena, who's a pediatrician who's dedicated to helping folks from all walks of life. So tell Dr. Zena how much we appreciate her when you go by and see her. She's a wonderful physician, but more importantly, she's a wonderful person. Thank you, Dr. Zena. Thank you, Representative Franklin. Chair recognizes Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits. Chairman Tarvin.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I picked this last week to say this morning, and I started not to use it, but then I received such a blessing from it.
Gentlemen, we'll suspend just for a moment. I want the members to hear it.
As I said, I chose this quote this morning, last week for this morning, and I started not to use it, but after I went over it this weekend, it was such a blessing to me. And the meaning in it is profound. I will tell you it's by Helen Keller. Death is no more than passing from one room to another. But for me, it's a little different, you know. In that other room, I will be able to see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is profound and appropriate. Is there an objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there an objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Ostration of the 104th moves Fallowby establishes the order of business during the first part of the period unanimous consents. Introduction to bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, second reading of bills and resolutions, reports of standing committees, third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions, morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Bill 858 by Representative Bell, the 75th, a bill being titled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to driver's licenses.
Motor Vehicles.
House Bill 1372 by Representative Smith, the 138th, a bill being titled an act to provide a new charter for the town of Pine Mountain.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 1373 by Representative Rhodes, the 124th, and Crowe, the 118th, a bill being titled an act to amend an act creating a Board of Commissioners of Putnam County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 1374 by Representative Campbell, the 35th, Ridley, the 22nd, Earhart, the 36th, and Seaball, the 34th. Bill be titled an act to amend an act to reincorporate and provide a new charter for the city of Ackworth.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 1375 by Representative Neal, the 79th, Douglas, the 78th, Tarver, the 2nd, Horner, the 3rd, Ridley, the 22nd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 48.8.3 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use taxes.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 1376 by Representative Smith, the 18th, Seaball, the 34th, Scoggins, the 14th, and Ridley, the 6th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to primaries and elections generally.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 1377 by Representative Holcomb of the 81st, Beverly, the 143rd, Parkland, the 107th, Hughley, the 141st, Iowa, the 50th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 31 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to health.
Health.
House Bill 1378 by Representative Burchett of the 176th, Corbett of the 174th, and Draper of the 90th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 42.86 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to special license plates.
Motor Vehicles.
House Bill 1379 by Representative Buckner of the 137th and Hagan of the 156th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to state flag, seal, and other symbols.
State Properties.
House Bill 1380 by Representative Muggle of the 105th, Reeves of the 99th, Okoye of the 102nd, Marin of the 96th, Clark of the 100th. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 40 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic.
Motor Vehicles.
House Bill 1384 by Representative Cox of the 28th, Hilton of the 48th, Irwin of the 32nd, Dubnik of the 29th, Townsend of the 179th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 7 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to sick personnel, personal, and maternity leave.
Education.
House Bill 1385 by Representative Moptahan of the 17th, Camp of the 135th, New of the 64th, Ridley the 22nd, Chastain of the 7th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 33 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to kinds of insurance.
Insurance.
House Bill 1386 by Representative Nadasana of the 43rd, Willis the 55th, Draper the 90th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 10.1.393.3 of the official code of Georgia Annotated related to prohibited use of purchaser's credit card.
Banks and Banking.
House Bill 1387 by Representative Adesanya of the 43rd, Bruce of the 61st, Olalier of the 59th, Cannon of the 58th, Bazemore of the 69th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Quality Basic Education Act.
Education.
House Bill 1388 by Representative Fry of the 122nd, Roman of the 97th, Cannon of the 58th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to driver's licenses.
Motor Vehicles.
House Bill 1389 by Representative Thomas, the 65th. A bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 4, Title 38 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to veterans' benefits.
Appropriations.
House Bill 1390 by Representative Bell, the 75th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 16.12.191 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to possession, manufacture, and distribution or sale of low THC oil and penalties.
Judiciary Non-Civil.
House Bill 1391 by Representative Bell, the 75th, and Sharper, the 177th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 50 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Department of Community Affairs.
State Planning and Community Affairs.
House Bill 1392 by Representative Bell, the 75th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 33.1 and 24 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to insurance requirements for transportation network companies.
Insurance.
House Bill 1393 by Representative Bell, the 75th, and Sharper, the 177th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 21A.10 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to regulation of early care and education programs.
Education.
House Bill 1394 by Representative Bell of the 75th and Jackson the 68th. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 48 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to revenue and taxation.
Ways and
House
Means.
Bill 1395 by Representative Bell of the 75th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 21 of Title 50 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to state court claims.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1396 by Representative Bell of the 75th, McLean of the 109th, Sharper of the 177th, and Holly of the 116th. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 60, Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to competencies and core curriculum.
Education.
House Bill 1397 by Representative Burchett of the 176th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 44 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to water rights.
Natural Resources and Environment.
House Bill 1398 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Sharper of the 177th, Mitchell of the 88th. Bill be titled an act to amend Part 4 of Article 3, Chapter 1 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to rideshare network services.
Motor Vehicles.
House Resolution 1227 by Representative Stinson of the 150th and Chokus of the 151st. A resolution honoring the life of Mr. George R. Usner and dedicating a bridge in his memory.
Transportation.
House Resolution 1228 by Representative Corbett of the 174th, Cannon of the 172nd, Bonner of the 73rd, Gladney of the 130th, Hitchens of the 161st. A resolution honoring the life of Corporal Dewey E. Ruiz, Jr. and dedicating a bridge in his memory.
Transportation. Mr. Clerk, suspend just for a minute. Members, we can turn it down just a notch. That'd be very grateful. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Clerk.
House Resolution 1229 by Representative Gladney, the 130th, Bonner of the 73rd, Gamble the 15th, Mathiak the 74th, Cannon the 172nd, and others. A resolution urging the United States Department of Veteran Affairs to provide for additional resources.
Defense and Veterans Affairs.
House Resolution 1230 by Representative Campbell, the 35th, Olalier, the 59th, Gilliard, the 162nd, and Howard of the 129th. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to authorize the General Assembly to provide by law.
Rules.
House Resolution 1231 by Representative Newton of the 127th, Hatchett of the 155th, Knight of the 134th, Taylor of the 173rd, Buckner of the 137th, and others. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Maternal, Prenatal, and Pediatric Care Access and Funding.
Health.
House Resolution 1232 by Representative Campbell, 35th, Beverly, and 143rd, Stone of the 40th, Mitchell, the 88th. A resolution urging the state of Georgia to take swift actions, including enabling legislation.
Health.
House Resolution 1250 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, Stevens, the 164th, Petrie, the 166th, Hitchens, the 161st, Westbrook of the 163rd. A resolution honoring the life of Mr. Peter Pete Lykakis and dedicating a road in his memory.
A good man. Transportation.
House Resolution 1251 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, Stevens, the 164th, Jackson, the 165th, and Westbrook of the 163rd. A resolution honoring the life of Mrs. Frances Bright Johnson and dedicating an interchange in her memory.
Transportation.
House Resolution 1252 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Sharper of the 177th, and Mitchell of the 88th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on reducing Georgia's dependence on BRICS states.
Economic Development and Tourism.
House Resolution 1253 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, Stevens, the 164th, Jackson, the 165th, and Westbrook of the 163rd. A resolution honoring the lives of Reverend Dr. Jose L. Williams and Representative Juanita T. Williams and dedicating an interchange in their memory.
Transportation.
House Resolution 1254 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Hutchinson of the 160th, Reese of the 140th, and Holly of the 116th. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia so as to authorize the General Assembly.
Judiciary Non-Civil.
House Resolution 1255 by Representative Bell of the 75th, Sharper of the 177th, and Mitchell of the 88th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on combating human trafficking and major transportation errors.
Transportation.
Senate Bill 376 by Senator Tillery of the 19th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Burns of the 23rd, Payne of the 54th, Strickland of the 17th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 11 and Title 15 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to juvenile code.
Juvenile justice.
Senate Bill 387 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Hatch of the 50th, Payne of the 54th, Robertson of the 29th, Jackson of the 41st, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to identification cards for persons without driver's licenses.
Juvenile justice.
Senate Bill 401 by Senators Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Payne of the 54th, Kennedy of the 18th, Jackson of the 41st, Robertson of the 29th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 11 and Title 15 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to juvenile code.
Juvenile justice.
Senate Bill 427 by Senator Tillery of the 19th, Cecil of the 37th, Burns of the 23rd. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 10 and 26 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to commerce and trade.
Small business development.
Senate Bill 483 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Tillery of the 19th. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 39 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to minors.
Juvenile justice.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 1346 by Representative Barton of the 5th and Ridley of the 6th. A bill to repeal an act creating the Kasawati Regional Water and Sewage Authority. House Bill 1347 by Representative Stinson of the 150th. A bill to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the Magistrate Court of Taylor County. House Bill 1348 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Hughley of the 141st, Smith of the 138th, and Buckner of the 137th. A bill relating to redevelopment powers. House Bill 1349 by Representative Taylor of the 173rd, Hitchens of the 161st, Green of the 154th, and Reeves of the 99th. A bill relating to the Attorney General. House Bill 1350 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Westbrook of the 163rd, Olalier of the 59th, Townsend of the 179th, and Paris of the 142nd. A bill relating to compulsory attendance for students in elementary and secondary education. House Bill 1351 by Representative Glaze of the 67th, Paris of the 142nd, Gilliard of the 162nd, Douglas of the 78th, Vance of the 133rd, and others. A bill relating to program weights and funding requirements under the Quality Basic Education Act. House Bill 1352 by Representative Glaze of the 67th, Gilliard of the 162nd, Bennett of the 94th, Clark of the 108th, Davis of the 87th, and others. A bill relating to prescription drugs. House Bill 1353 by Representative Bell of the 75th, McGall of the 105th, Clark of the 108th, Beverly of the 143rd, Park of the 107th, and others. A bill relating to landlord and tenant. House Bill 1354 by Representative McGall of the 105th, Clark of the 108th, Westbrook of the 163rd, Anulowitz of the 42nd, Hagan of the 156th. A bill relating to exemptions for sales and use taxes. House Bill 1355 by Representative McGall of the 105th, Stevens of the 164th, Stoner of the 40th, Marin of the 96th, Anulowitz of the 42nd, and others. A bill relating to general provisions regarding specific business and occupation taxes. House Bill 1356 by Representative Cooper of the 45th, Earhart of the 36th, Ballard of the 147th. A bill relating to dietitians. House Bill 1357 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Hagan of the 156th, Campbell of the 171st. A bill relating to the imposition rate, computation, and exemptions of credits from state income taxes. House Bill 1358 by Representative Anderson of the 10th, Jones of the 47th, Carson of the 46th, Martin of the 49th, Ridley of the 22nd, and others. A bill relating to conservation of natural resources, highways, bridges, ferries, local government, motor vehicles and traffic, public officers and employees, revenue and taxation, and state government. House Bill 1359 by Representative Gaines of the 120th, Rhodes of the 124th, Kelly of the 16th, Daniel of the 117th, Petrie of the 166th, and others. A bill relating to miscellaneous local administrative provisions. House Bill 1360 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Smith of the 18th, McGall of the 105th, Hitchens of the 161st, Stoner of the 40th. A bill relating to schedules, offenses, and penalties regarding controlled substances. House Bill 1364 by Representative Momptahan of the 17th, Jaspers of the 11th, Ballinger of the 23rd, Bonner of the 73rd, and Horner of the 3rd. A bill relating to general provisions regarding liability of owners and occupiers of lands. House Bill 1365 by Representative Horner of the 3rd, Jaspers of the 11th, Cox of the 28th, Donahue of the 31st. A bill relating to minors. House Bill 1366 by Representative Taylor of the 92nd, Beverly of the 143rd, Glaze of the 67th, Jackson of the 165th, Carpenter of the 4th, and others. A bill relating to holidays and observances. House Bill 1367 by Representative Lupton of the 83rd, Holcomb of the 81st, Lamb of the 98th, Hagan of the 156th, Dubnick of the 29th. A bill relating to victim compensation. House Bill 1368 by Representative Sharper of the 177th, Mitchell of the 88th, Green of the 154th, Mathiak of the 74th, Prince of the 132nd, and others, a bill relating to general provisions. House Bill 1369 by Representative Thomas of the 21st and Powell of the 33rd, a bill relating to motor vehicles and traffic. House Bill 1370 by Representative Deloach of the 167th, a bill relating to primaries and elections. House Bill 1371 by Representative Burchett of the 176th, a bill relating to general provisions regarding liability of owners and occupiers of land. House Bill 1381 by Representative Evans of the 89th, Ballard of the 147th, a bill relating to certified professional personnel. House Bill 1382 by Representative Evans of the 89th, a bill relating to state purchasing. House Bill 1383 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Hitchens of the 161st, Gunter of the 8th, Crow of the 118th, Smith of the 18th, and others, a bill relating to arrest by law enforcement officers. House Resolution 1214 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Hughley of the 141st, Smith of the 138th, and Buckner of the 137th, a resolution creating the House Study Committee on Affordability and Accessibility to Georgia's legitimization process. House Resolution 1215 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, Chastain of the 7th, Hatchett of the 155th, Burns of the 159th, Powell of the 33rd, and others, a resolution honoring the life of the Honorable David E. Ralston, dedicating an interstate connector and a bridge in his memory. Senate Bill 375 by Senator Strickland of the 17th, Jackson of 41st, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Watson of the 1st, and Payne of the 54th, a bill relating to the Behavioral Health Coordinating Council membership, meetings, and obligations. Senate Bill 385 by Senator Williams of the 25th, Payne of the 54th, Brass of the 28th, and Navarrete of the 31st, Robertson of the 29th, and others, a bill relating to funding, donations, property, and scholarships with respect to Georgia Military College. Senate Bill 398 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Robertson of the 29th, Walker of the 3rd of the 20th, Watson of the 1st, Anderson of the 24th, and others, a bill relating to the Georgia Joint Defense Commission. Senate Bill 482 by Senator Sims of the 12th, Goodman of the 8th, Estevez of the 6th, Butler of the 55th, and Parent of the 42nd, a bill to amend an act to revise and restate the law relating to Sumter County Board of Education and School Superintendent, through second readers.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will, maybe not. I bet just one or two folks here might be interested in what the clerk's going to say. Turn it down or take it outside to the anterooms, whatever you'd like to do. Mr. Clerk, reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under its consideration following the bills of the House. Instructed me to report the same back with the following recommendations. House Bill 583 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1206 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District Chairman. Representative Chris Irwin, the 32nd District Chairman of the Committee on Education, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Education has had under its consideration the following bill of the House. Has instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 1027 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chris Irwin of the 32nd District Chairman. Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and Senate. This instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 1298 do pass. House Bill 1313 do pass. House Bill 1316 do pass. House Bill 1327 do pass. House Bill 1337 do pass. Senate Bill 467 do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 468 do pass. Senate Bill 439 do pass. House Bill 979 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District Chairman. Representative Gunner of the 8th District Chairman on Committee on Judiciary submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary has had under its consideration the following bills and resolutions of the House. Instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 368 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1153 do pass. House Bill 1244 do not pass. House Bill 1288 do pass. House Bill 1292 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1295 do not pass. House Resolution 302 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1017, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1184, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 1255, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
We'll move on to the local calendar. One bill in the local calendar relates to homestead exemption and requires a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. One bill in the local calendar is also an agree-disagree. And having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to the bill. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
House Bill 1298 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Brooks County. House Bill 1313 by Representative Bernal of the 77th, Clayton County. House Bill 1316 by Representative Williams of the 148th, City of Cordele. House Bill 1327 by Representative Seaball, 34th, City of Marietta. House Bill 1337 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, City of Mableton. Senate Bill 467 by substitute by Senator Williams of the 25th, Baldwin County. Senate Bill 468 by Senator Williams of the 25th, Baldwin County. Senate Bill 439 by Senator Estevez of the 6th, City of Atlanta. House Bill 979 is substituted by the Senate, Bartow County.
Is there an objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the local calendar, yeas are 169 and nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. Members, if you'll please take your seats. We're moving on to morning orders. We have a special invite resolution this morning. And I'm going to recognize Chairman Ron Stevens. Chairman Ron Stevens. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution? Will you read the caption to the resolution?
House Resolution 1189 by Representative Stevens, the 164th, Petrie, the 166th, Hitchens, the 161st, Franklin of the 160th, and Westbrook of the 163rd. A resolution commending Hyundai Motor Group's dedication to the state of Georgia and recognizing February 26, 2024 as Hyundai Day at the state capitol.
Chairman Stevens will speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today I'm honored to bring you the Hyundai Day here at the Capitol, and we have the big dog, if you will. And typically we don't do this in the House of Representatives, but I just wanted to mention what this project means. We had four counties that got together and worked on this project: Bullock, Bryan, Chatham, and Effingham counties. This project represents 12 times the size of any project that we've ever done in the state of Georgia. 12 times. When we're looking at our budget this year, this represents more than 25% of the state's budget this year for the total investment. This is big stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome the head of the Hyundai Motor Group, Jose Munoz, please.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much. What an honor. Good morning, everybody. So, Governor and First Lady Kemp, Speaker Burns, Chairman Stevens, leaders from Bryan, Chatham, Effingham, and Bullock counties, Commissioner Wilson, honorable members of the Georgia House of Representatives, on behalf of Hyundai, it is my great pleasure to be here today. Thank you for the resolution proclaiming today in the great state of Georgia as Hyundai Day. We're truly honored. We're so proud to call the Peach State home. Our new Meta plant in Savannah will transform the lives of thousands of hard-working women and men in Georgia for decades to come. I've opened a lot of plants in a lot of countries. I've never seen anything like our new Meta plant. Hyundai Motor Group Meta Plant America is more than a production site. It is a campus for the future of mobility. Together with our partners, we are investing $12.6 billion in an assembly plant and 2 battery joint ventures. This operation will create tens of thousands of high-paying American jobs for the people of Georgia and generate billions in economic impact every year. Today, I'm pleased to announce that because of the great support we have received from you all, our new Meta plant will start producing cars ahead of schedule. We are hiring, thank you. Thank you. We're hiring and training talented and hardworking Georgians at a very fast clip in order to start production in the 4th quarter this year. Starting production in Q4 ensures we will open the entire campus by our target of Q1 2025. Thanks to the Governor, Pat, and Tripp, and the team in Savannah, we are several months ahead of schedule. This reinforces what the world already knows, that Georgia is a great place to do business and is establishing itself as an EV production hub. You can tell your constituents that our investments in EVs are creating American jobs and incredible opportunities for the people of Georgia. Please have a look at some of our EVs outside, as well as our hydrogen-powered commercial vehicles. And let me know when you're ready for a test drive. Thank you again for the Hyundai Day resolution and for your continued support. God bless you. God bless Georgia. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Nice.
Jose, thank you. Thank you for your team that's here. What a great partnership that you have, not just with Governor Kemp and the Senate, but the members of this House have supported this project every step of the way, and they'll continue to do that. Transformational for Southeast Georgia and for Georgia. We're a great place in which to do business, and your company is a great company to do business with. Thank you for Hyundai and everything y'all have done, and thank you for your support for lots of great great opportunities you're already supporting in Georgia, and we appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. We're moving on to morning orders. We have number of morning orders to recognize some great people in the gallery and for some other purposes. So I'm going to ask the members to do your very best to hold it, accomplish your goal, but keep it just as short as you can. Representative Gaines and the Athens delegation is recognized for a morning order. Suspend just for a minute. Members, we have some notable recognitions about to occur from a number of members from all over this state, so I hope you'll give the folks in the well your attention. Representative Gaines is recognized in the Athens delegation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as y'all already heard this morning from Chairman Wiedauer, the tough week we've had on campus, but what we want to do today is honor some great University of Georgia students. As y'all see the soccer balls, we have the University of Georgia women's soccer team here today. And y'all going to give them a round of applause. Woo! They're standing there in the back. And we were going to bring down their SEC championship trophy, but the thing is so heavy that we left it to the coach there to bring that down. But I want to tell y'all briefly about our women's soccer team at the University of Georgia. 13-4-6 record this year, ranked number 13 in the country. Program record 5 postseason wins. Coach McAlpine has 200 career wins. The program hit their 300th career win this year. Have All-Americans, All-SEC drafted players. And then again, an SEC championship, the first in program history. So certainly we're so proud of the University of Georgia women's soccer team. Want to congratulate you all on just an incredible season, and certainly it's an honor to represent the University of Georgia in Athens along with these fellas up here. So congratulations, and go Dogs. Go Dogs.
Congratulations. Student athletes is nothing better. Congratulations, ladies. I know y'all are proud. We are proud of you. Representative Reese, Representative Bennett, Representative Derek Jackson, Representative Mitchell, and Representative Chairman Prince are recognized for a morning order. Representative Reese.
Representative Reese is taking the long way, whatever that means. Can we come back? No, this is Jack and Jill.
Yeah, y'all can have a seat, and we'll call you back up in just a moment. Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for a morning order. I'm sorry, I thought you were down front. My bad. Chair Lady Cooper, no, I apologize. I thought you were right down there. My bad. Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hope everybody will help me in just a minute and recognize the Hemophilia of Georgia's group that are gathered in the gallery today. If you're still here, would you stand up to people with the Hemophilia group? I think we have missed them, but Hemophilia is a nonprofit organization that provides services to individuals who have an inherited bleeding disorder, which can be a very life-threatening disorder. And they are very good in helping with medications, which include blood clotting medications and infusion training and education programs. In fact, when you gave blood and when you were encouraged to give blood, one of those lives you may have saved would be somebody with hemophilia and had an incident where they were injured and they couldn't stop them bleeding. So these individuals help over 2,000 people across our state. It's a very important group, and I appreciate the fact that they are with us today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Bazemore for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And good morning, everyone. I rise this morning to acknowledge some individuals. We are all in favor of literacy, so let me tell you a little bit about this person. Recognizing and commending Stan Tucker, and for other purposes. Stan Tucker is on a mission to inspire the next generation of kind storytellers, and he is a graduate of Kennesaw State University with a degree in early childhood education. And after a brief time in the classroom, he started the nonprofit Leap for Literacy and the Share Your Story writing program. And since its inception, the Leap for Literacy has inspired thousands of acts of kindness. I'm sorry, have the light. But if you look up on the screen, you will see who I'm so proud of, one of the illustrators of the book, my granddaughter in the middle, Brooklyn Bazemore, and we have the author of the book here also, and we have Mr. Stan Tucker, so we have Jaden Patel, and if you all would stand up. And so my granddaughter stays in the Speaker Pro Tem's district. She is her. So you can come to the Anna Room if you want to take pictures or order the book on Amazon.
Well, thank you, Representative Bazemore. We are so proud of your granddaughter, and I am honored to have her live in my district. The chair recognizes Representative Maynor for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Black History celebration encompasses Georgia's history, the neighborhood I grew up in, and my passion that all families should have access to the education they choose for their child. Charlene Hunter Galt is a Black history pioneer and legend. She is a testament to resilience, courage, and the indomitable spirit of the Black community. She will be 82 years old tomorrow and just as vibrant, beautiful, and youthful as she was when she attended the historic Henry McNeil Turner High School in my district. She grew up in the same community as me, Mosley Park, Hunter Hills community, where Atlanta Black leaders like Herman J. Russell rallied to help pay her legal defense to desegregate the University System of Georgia at their UGA campus. Charlene Hunter and Hamilton Holmes were the first African-American students to enroll in 1961. Please stand and let's welcome Ms. Charlene Hunter Galt.
chair recognizes Representative Stinson for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I, along with other members, proudly stand to recognize Butler Masonic Lodge number 226 as they are celebrating their 120th anniversary. We're going to ask if they please stand. Butler Lodge number 226 is dedicated to serving the Taylor County community. Their service efforts consist of awarding scholarships to graduating seniors, supporting the local school system, and helping veterans and senior citizens. Members of the House, please join me in welcoming Butler Lodge number 226 and the Free Run Lodge to their state capitol, celebrating 120 years. Thank you. And you can now go downstairs for your picture with the governor. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schofield for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I recognize today the best city in the state of Georgia, which is the city of East Point. Today is East Point Day at the Capitol. I see my mayor and council, Mayor Dina Holiday Ingram, and our council member Sharpshire. Listen, thank you for being here. Can everybody stand up and welcome the greatest city? There's no point like East Point. East Point in the house. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Caucus Chair Mitchell for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're any members who have any affiliation whatsoever with the 100 black women and the 100 black men, would you please come and stand with me? Madam Speaker, the National Coalition of 100 Black Women and National 100 Black Men are outstanding nonprofit organizations of African American women and men, respectively. They address issues in their communities such as promoting equality, enhancing educational and economic opportunities. Virginia Harris and Milton Jones are respective presidents. We're the members of the National Coalition of 100 Black Women and Black Men. Please stand and help me recognize this city's outstanding public servants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Kendrick for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we have a special guest in the gallery just in time for my tech demo day that's happening this Thursday. We have Mr. Richard Hicks of Inspire EDU. So if he is in the gallery, there he is. Thank you so much for joining us. So we've talked about him before, but he leads an organization that addresses the digital divide under the idea that technology can play a transformative role in education, particularly in the lives of low-income students and their families. And he has done tremendous work throughout the state of Georgia to make that happen, and we love to welcome him back under the Gold Dome for the second time this session. So thank you, Mr. Hicks, for all the work that you do for the state of Georgia with technology, and thank you to your team at Inspire EDU.
Chair recognizes Representative Reese for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have some fathers and some mothers here of Jack and Jill. If you'll join me at the podium right now as we recognize Jack and Jill Day here at the Capitol. Colleagues, if you walk out in the atrium and you see a sea of pink and blue and young children from all around the state of Georgia, just know this is some of our best and brightest students right here in the state, and we are so honored to recognize them on this day here in the House of Representatives. If the members of Jack and Jill that are with us in the gallery, if you will, please stand and be recognized. Madam Speaker, I do see my former chapter president, Pam Watson, there in the gallery. Thank you so much for your presence. And we also have a page today who is a member of Jack and Jill. His name is Zion. So we have two, Zion and who else?
And Donovan.
And Donovan. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to celebrate African American Month. I stand here today to celebrate Black History Month. George Washington Carver, first inventor of the peanuts, my good friend Vince Williams, the mayor of Union City, and my great friend, Gwinnett County, Mr. Melvin Everson, which he is right to our right. Mr. Melvin. Mr. Melvin was a part of this body back in 2005, from 2005 to 2010. He was the first African American to be elected in the Snellville City Council, and he's currently serves as vice president for the economic development in Gwinnett College. He's also a 23-year veteran of the U.S. Army. Thank you so much, Melvin Everson, for being here, and thank you to your service to our community. I yield the well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Carson for a morning order.
Morning, everyone. Today is Kennesaw State University Day at the Capitol. Go Owls. Yes, you have a one-pager at your desk highlighting several updates from Kennesaw State. I think Scrappy the Owl is here somewhere, maybe not in the gallery. This year we're excited to be celebrating two anniversaries, the 60th anniversary of KSU and the 75th anniversary of Southern Polytech, consolidated back in 2015. KSU is one of the fastest growing universities in our state with fall enrollment of more than 45,000, making it the fifth consecutive year of growth. You can see that on the flyer here, including 138,000 alumni. Yours truly is one of them. KSU is also has the largest population of in-state undergraduate students in the state. Very important to know. Kennesaw State is dedicated to meeting the needs of Georgia's workforce, including a new STEM building on the Marietta campus, as well, and Chairman Jones might be interested in this, a new master's degree in artificial intelligence. So please join me in recognizing Kennesaw State. Will you folks stand up? Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today it's my honor to recognize Zoe Willis, who is a senior pre-med major at Georgia Southwestern State University. Zoe, please stand up. She was named the 2023 NCAA Division II National Softball Player of the Year. And to give you an idea of her season, she has a .447 batting average, 25 home runs, 67 RBIs, and she led the nation in home runs and home runs per game. She's a two-time Peach State Conference player and Player of the Year. She's from Pine Mountain, Georgia, and she aspires to be an orthopedic surgeon. Thank you, Zoe, for your great accomplishments. And Madam Speaker, I also have the honor of recognizing the Association of General Aviation Airports today. There are 95 general aviation airports in Georgia, and they're essential to the state's transportation and economic infrastructure. These local airports support the extensive aviation industry in our state, and they have an economic impact of over $2 billion in Georgia. Representing the Georgia airports is Hope Macaluso, Mitch Ellerby, and Amber McCall. Please stand up. Thank you for being here. Blue skies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Hughley for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've already been told that today is the day where we honor Jack and Jillers here at our Capitol. And I have one who is paging for me today. Her name is Victoria Watson. And Victoria is the founder of Beautifully Hued LLC. And as a preteen, she founded this organization that is designed to promote diversity, inclusivity for young girls, and it helps young girls to love themselves. And so I want to recognize her this morning because for the last couple of years, she's been hosting a girls empowerment brunch, and she's at my page today, Victoria Watson. Y'all greet her, and her mother's in the gallery also. So Victoria, let us greet you this morning.
Chair recognizes Chairman Parrish for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honor today to recognize a true friend of President Carter in the United States, the Right Honorable Sir Simon Burns, and I'd ask Simon to stand, who was a conservative member of the British Parliament from 1987 until his retirement in 2017. And while in Parliament, he served in government under Prime Ministers Margaret Thatcher, John Major, and David Cameron, and was twice Minister of Health and Minister of Transport. He's thrilled to be here with us, with our Georgia friends today. He loves the United States and has stood with us shoulder to shoulder during some of our darkest hours, including 9/11. We thank you, Sir Simon, for your friendship and the friendship between our countries. We're glad to have you here today, and please join me in welcoming Sir Simon.
The chair recognizes Representative Parris for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to recognize Amplify Georgia Collaborative and Spark Reproductive, Reproductive Justice Now. They're in the gallery here from Macon, Georgia. Just want to thank them for being here today, and thank you so much for the work that you do. Reproductive justice, as well as maternal mortality, we're on it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Leader Beverly for a morning order.
Representative Mitchell, come on up, please. Representative Reese. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to recognize today the Georgia Coalition of Black Businesses. Georgia Coalition of Black Businesses. Today is Black Commerce Day. We want to welcome y'all to the People's House. Please stand, and if y'all give them a hand, we appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We are moving on to the rules calendar. The clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1240, the caption to 1240.
House Bill 1240 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 11 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Commercial Code so as to update and modernize various statutes in the Commercial Code relating to commercial transactions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Reeves to present the bill.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. House members, I present to you House Bill 1240, which is the update to the Georgia UCC, or the Georgia Commercial Code. The Georgia Commercial Code was last revised from start to finish in 2001. And if you think about the amount of financial technology and aspects of our economy in Georgia that have changed for the better since then, it is innumerable. The iPhone was invented in 2009. Today, a lot of people deposit checks solely online. There are a lot of payments that are made online, and there are a lot of economic transactions that need updating in the way of the law. In 2018, the American Law Institute Uniform Code revision process started. It took 4 years. In 2022, the current UCC was promulgated, and Georgia studied it from 2022 to this time. Specifically, the State Bar of Georgia's Business Law Committee, Uniform Code Commission, working group studied it. This is a state bar bill. It is a lengthy bill. However, the current Georgia UCC is 970 pages. This bill merely updates and modernizes the Georgia UCC, and I present it to you for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
There are no questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 163, the nays were 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, if you will please give your attention. We are honored today to welcome a U.S. Senator to our chamber. That doesn't happen that often. If you will join me in giving a warm welcome to Senator Ossoff, who has come to the Georgia House of Representatives.
Thank you so much. Good morning. What an honor to be here. I want to thank Speaker Burns, Speaker Pro Tem Jones, Majority Leader Efstration, Minority Leader Beverly, Caucus Chair Mitchell. Thank you all for the privilege of addressing you this morning. I recognize that you're in the midst of a busy legislative session, so I will keep brief my remarks. And here in the House, I'd first like to take a moment to honor the late Representative Richard Smith of Columbus, Rules Committee Chairman, who passed away last month. I know, Mr. Speaker, that he was a dear and personal friend of yours, a dedicated Georgian and public servant, and it's a heavy loss for this chamber. Over the weekend, I spoke with Augusta University President Brooks Keel and UGA President Moorhead to convey from my family, from my office, on behalf of the whole state, our shock and outrage at this appalling murder of Laken Riley in Athens. And in solidarity with her family and with the delegations from Athens and Augusta, as I'm sure you will several times throughout this day, I'd like to ask that we join in a moment of silence in recognition of the loss of this young woman, her life cut too short and in support of her family and loved ones. Thank you. Now let me express to you what an honor it is to visit you here in this chamber where legislation is debated by the people's representatives who are empowered by free and fair elections to make the laws. And this process of representative government is essential to our freedom, the same freedom protected every day by the brave men and women in uniform who defend our republic. So I'd like to ask every military service member and veteran in the chamber please to stand and to be recognized and thanked by all of us for your service. My message for you this morning is that I'm here to work with and alongside you. Most of our constituents don't wake up every day defining themselves as Democrats or Republicans, and neither should we. And I think we all recognize that the hatred and division in our politics are tearing this country apart. Yes, we can have principled and passionate disagreements, but we're Georgians and Americans before we are Democrats and Republicans. And that's why I don't invest my time in controversy and notoriety, but in building the kinds of respectful bipartisan relationships in the Senate and the kinds of close working relationships with local elected leaders here in Georgia that empower me to get things done for our state. That is the approach I'll continue to take, whether assessing threats to our national security from my post on the Intelligence Committee or working with all of you and local business leaders to implement the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is the most significant investment in America's infrastructure since the Eisenhower administration. Or fighting alongside you to help Georgia's growers gain greater access to world markets for Georgia's agricultural products. It has been a pleasure to work alongside so many. I see Representative Robert Dickey here, Chairman of the House Agriculture and Consumer Affairs Committee. We have worked closely together to advance the interests of Georgia growers. I saw earlier Representative Yasmin Neal, with whom I continue working closely to advance the interests of tenants across the state of Georgia. Please know that there is nothing too small. If you don't yet have my cell phone number, I want you to call me. I want you to text me whenever my office and I can be of service to you. And I'd like to close just by taking a moment to urge all of us, as so much attention has been focused on the plight of the most vulnerable children here in Georgia and across the country in foster care systems, to unite at the federal and state level, and Democrats and Republicans to pass the kind of meaningful reform that can protect these vulnerable young people from the kind of abuse and exploitation that they face, both here in Georgia and across the country. I hope we can work together to get that done. I remain committed to being absolutely accessible to you. My team and I are standing by to address your district's needs and to help you and your team succeed. Please call on me, and thank you so much for the honor and privilege of joining you in this chamber and addressing you this morning. Thank you very much.
Senator, let's get up.
Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Call on me when you need me. Okay?
bill. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 825. House Bill 825.
House Bill 825 by Representative Fleming of the 125th to be entitled an Act to amend Chapter 23, Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to the judicial retirement system so as to require certain counties to comprise single county judicial circuits to supplement the retirement benefits paid to the Circuit Superior Court judges. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Leverett to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present to you House Bill 825. This bill is not only a great bill, it's a source of some really good Georgia trivia. If anyone ever asks you what is the only single county circuit in Georgia where the county site is located in an unincorporated area of the county and the county governing authority has constructed one or more permanent satellite courthouses within the county, you will now be able to awe them with your trivia knowledge. That is Columbia County. That's the only county in the state this bill applies to. Apparently, this would have been a local bill several years ago, but the Legislative Council now contends that even a retirement bill that just impacts one county has to be passed as a general legislation. So we're amending a section in the code and by adding a paragraph here that applies a DA retirement for this one circuit based on, and it's a single county circuit, based on the supplement paid to that DA. So this has absolutely no impact on state coffers. It is not a bill that will apply to any other circuit in the state except for the Columbia County Judicial Circuit. The county endorses it, supports it, and has requested it, as has the DA, and I would encourage your favorable consideration of this bill.
You have a question. The chair recognizes Representative Clark for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So right now, this only applies to Columbia County, but in the future, if a county did create satellite, because it's very specific, then they would be swooped into this as well, correct?
Well, almost. They would have to, first of all, have an unincorporated county site. I'm not aware of any other county except for Columbia County that has that, and they would have to build satellite courthouses within the county.
Thank you.
So I don't think it really is likely or feasible that it would ever apply to any county other than Columbia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Carson for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask a question. Is it not true that in addition to not affecting any other county but Columbia County, is it not true this does not have any cost to the state of Georgia at all? Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
I want to thank you for bringing this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hearing it.
There are no more questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask your favorable consideration of House Bill 825. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose? Lady is waived. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 160, the nays were 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1113. 1113.
House Resolution 1113 by Representative Donahue the 31st and others, a resolution authorizing the granting of non-exclusive easements for the construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of facilities, utilities, roads, and ingresses and egresses in, on, over, and under through property owned by the state of Georgia. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on State Properties, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
The bill is on the supplemental calendar, and the chair recognizes Representative Donahue to present the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I bring before you H.R. 1113. Every year, our annual synopsis comes together on easement rights, and as the state, we have to pass easement rights to Georgia Power, EMCs, Pike Electric, Atlanta Gas Light, different utilities that will take an easement across a piece of state property. Most of those fees run around $10, and it's just basically the right to cross the property. We have 13, but I would like to tell you just one little thing we have done. We pretty much had the opportunity to pass back about 12 years ago a bill that every representative and every senator will know if it's in your district, an easement or a conveyance that will be brought to you later. Basically, we had 13 counties. The resolutions authorized the state acting through State Properties Commission to grant easement over certain state-owned properties. And with that, everyone has agreed to this advancement on the property. We did have a couple adjustments earlier. So basically, that's what it does, and I hope to have your favorable vote of a positive, beautiful green yes.
There are no questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 165, the nays were 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 1116. House Resolution 1116.
House Resolution 1116 by Representative Perkle, 169th and others, authorizing the lease of certain state-owned property located in Chatham County. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on State Properties. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle to present the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was getting ready and putting on my work breeches today, I just want to make sure everybody was listening. So this is the annual conveyance bill, similar to what Representative Donahue just mentioned about the easement bill, but this is the annual conveyance bill. There are only 6 counties impacted in this. All the representatives have been informed, and all are in favor. So thank you for your green support, and that's all I have, Madam Speaker.
Unsurprisingly, there are no questions. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 166, the nays were 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 827. House Bill 827.
House Bill 827 by Representative Smith of the 18th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16820 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to livestock theft so as to provide for increased penalties and to provide for related matters. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes the newly married Representative Smith to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You're very kind. Today, members, I bring to you House Bill 827, and just to let y'all know what this would do, this would enhance the penalties for theft of livestock in the state of Georgia. These enhanced penalties will help producers of livestock and animal products from theft of their very livelihood. So what I will let everyone know is this. Since 2019, you have seen the price of all of your cattle. That includes not only cows, hogs, chickens, guinea, if some of y'all still eat that here in the state. I know my great-grandmother did, but anyhow, this bill would help us to make sure that those who are subject to theft of livestock, that we can lock these folks up and that the penalties would reflect. You're looking at a price of cattle anywhere from a good cow-calf pair, you're looking at right around $1,800, Black Angus at least, bulls going for much more than that. But let me explain to you with small farms versus large farms. This cost to a small farm, you're looking at supplemental income for many folks, especially north of I-20. This is a huge detriment. You're talking about people going without when they have their cattle stolen. I also want to mark out or make sure that I point your attention. We added a section to the bill in committee request from the Department of Agriculture to actually allow the Department of Agriculture, if there's an agricultural nexus and some kind of crime, that they would have the authority to enforce that. We've actually got some ongoing cattle rustling investigations going on. It's not just limited to cattle rustling, but this would give them the requisite authority to clear up the code section to make sure that they can protect our livestock as well as our agricultural products here in the state of Georgia. So, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is the bill, and I'll stand for any questions.
You have a couple questions. The chair recognizes Representative Donahue for a question. To your left.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it true no one has come on my farm and stole any of my honeybees?
You know, I would believe that to be true, and that if they had, they'd have been in for a warm welcome.
That's right.
Chair recognizes Representative Clark to your left for a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do for a question.
So in this bill, I noticed that the fine goes from being $1,000 to $10,000. That's a 1,000% increase. Is there a reason why the increase is such a large amount?
That's a deterrent effect. I will point the gentlelady to historically they would hang you for these sort of offenses if you stole livestock. So I know it seems like it's very, very steep increases, but I will remind the gentlelady that used to they would hang you for these sort of offenses. This is also to reflect the increased cost, like I'd mentioned earlier, that the fine needs to at least match a little bit more than what the cost of livestock would be.
Because if you, let's say that you went and you stole a whole herd, you're well over that $10,000 amount.
Yeah, does the gentleman further yield?
One more
So
question.
if you stole a whole herd, yes, that would make sense. But what if you just stole one? And I don't condone stealing anything. But if you just stole one cow, would that be the equivalent of increasing this fine by so much? It just seems like a very big jump. So I'm just trying to understand the justification.
And I appreciate my informed colleague in your question. I would say this. It does come down a lot of times to the deterrent effect. I think the fine is a lot more civilized than going back to hanging folks for this offense.
Well, I can definitely agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the good questions, and I would yield this well and ask this body's favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. There appears to be parliamentary questions standing between one bill, another bill, and lunch and us, and they have waived. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 156, the nays were 12. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 1165. House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165 by Representative Maynard of the 56th and others being entitled an act to amend Code Section 35, 6A3 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to membership vacancies and membership not barred to holding public office so as to replace the chairperson of the Governor's Office of Children and Families with the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Maynard to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Colleagues, this is a bill that is from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. It will allow $7.4 million of funds to be awarded to the CJCC. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act of 2022 was signed into law to reduce gun violence, save lives, keep guns out of dangerous hands. This historical act invests in anti-violence programs that work directly with the people who are most likely to commit these crimes. What will the $7.4 million be used for? Communication, education, public awareness, fighting mental health problems, behavioral health, and also it will serve community-based violence intervention prevention programs. The funding requires CJCC to form a crisis intervention advisory board to form and guide Georgia's gun violence reduction programs. The composition of the board must include representatives from law enforcement, the community courts, prosecution, behavioral health providers, victim services, and legal counsel. The membership of CJCC currently has everyone they need for this advisory board except for someone that is a behavioral health provider. This bill simply replaces the Governor's Office for Children and Families chairperson with the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities on this Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And it is a straightforward bill. In order for CJCC to get the $7.4 million, we must change the composition of the board because the Governor's Office for Children and Family Services no longer exists, so we're replacing it with DBDHDD. And I'll yield the will.
There are no questions, and the lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays were 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The chair will recognize a limited number of announcements. The chair recognizes Representative Clark for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This announcement is for members of GLBC. Just to remind you that tomorrow is African Attire Day. So I hope you packed your African attire. For those who have to pack to come here, and for those who live here locally, let's make this place nice and beautiful and colorful tomorrow. Tomorrow is African Attire Day. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Leader of Stration for an announcement.
There will be a committee chairman's lunch upon the break in room 403 of the Capitol.
Chair recognizes Chairman Williamson for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get, all the majority caucus get it on your radar. We will have a caucus lunch tomorrow, so just get it on your calendar. There will be a majority caucus lunch tomorrow.
Chair recognizes Representative Mathis for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are going to have fellowship time in the morning at 7 o'clock in the Capitol 132. Please be there. That's our fellowship in the morning.
Chair recognizes Representative Tran. I do not see him down front. Is he for an announcement?
The CAB delegation is meeting in room 514 upon recess, and lunch is provided. Again, the CAB delegation is meeting in room 514. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So the House will stand in recess for 1 hour. Please be back at 1 o'clock sharp. All committees meetings that are scheduled will all be delayed by 1 hour from the time that you were given. So if it was a 2 o'clock meeting, it'll be 3 o'clock. And with that, we will stand in recess.
House will come to order. Members will please take seats. House come to order. House will come to order. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell, please? House will come to order. Members will please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. We're ready to go. Chairman Hatchett is recognized for a motion. Chairman Hatchett. Members, please give the gentleman in the well your opinion. Your opinion. No, I know you'll give me your opinion. Give me your attention. That's the one I'm talking about, your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we probably all have an opinion. I move that this House adopt the committee conference report for House Bill 915.
Representative Hatchett moves that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 915. Mr. Clerk, will you read the Conference Committee report?
The Committee of Conference on House Bill 915 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to House Bill 915 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the House, Honorable Matt Hatchett, Representative of 155th District, Honorable Jan Jones, Representative of 47th District, Honorable Penny Houston, Representative of 170th District. For the Senate, Honorable Blake Tillery, Senator of the 19th District, Honorable John F. Kennedy, Senator of the 18th District, and the Honorable Steve Gooch, Senator, 51st District.
Chairman of Appropriations, Chairman Matt Hatchett, is recognized to explain the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 915. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I want to thank our House conferees, Madam Pro Tem Jan Jones and Chair Lady Penny Houston. Mr. Speaker, I know we got a long day and we're racing towards crossover this week, so I'll keep my remarks to a minimum. Even though the budget before you is historic in size, representing more than $5 billion in new revenue, the final conference committee agreements that you see before you aren't really that different than the original document that passed this House just a few weeks ago. The budget was placed on your desk at 12:07, not long after the conferee signed the document, and I trust that you've had time to review the relatively few conference agreements. I'd like to mention a few of the highlights. Before we talk about the changes agreed to in the conference committee report, I'd be remiss not to begin with a few of the governor's recommendations that this House and Senate agreed with. An unprecedented $500 million strategic investment in the employees' retirement system to improve the funding ratio and the long-term financial viability of the system. $300 million to provide a one-time salary supplement of $1,000 for all state employees and teachers to continue efforts to improve and stabilize the state's workforce. $66 million for the Board of Regents to backfill prior reductions from the FY24 original budget. $102 million for the Department of Education to recognize enrollment growth and continue to fully fund QBE. And $250 million for the Georgia Fund in GEFA to support water and wastewater infrastructure developments in your local communities through low-interest loans. There are a number of items where the Senate agreed to fund the House priorities. In support of mental health, the Senate agreed to $475,000 in additional funding in DBHDD for the Georgia Housing Voucher Program. $750,000 to provide alternatives to sheriffs transporting those in mental health crisis. $664,000 to provide an additional jail-based competency program in Dodge County. $15.5 million to fully fund the construction of a new Gateway Child and Adolescent Crisis Stabilization Unit in Savannah. And $60 million to address urgent and significant capital needs across the state's regional hospital campuses. For public safety, the Senate agreed with the House to fund a $2 per diem increase for county correctional institutions effective April 1st. Eliminating contraband at our state prisons is a priority of this governor and both chambers. Working together with our Senate colleagues, we were able to provide $19.7 million in new funding for additional security measures at prison facilities statewide. These funds will be used immediately to begin implementation of these protection measures. The House and Senate agreed to provide the Department of Agriculture with $100,000 in planning money and $37.5 million for renovations and improvements at the Atlanta Farmers Market. This budget establishes the Georgia Farmland Conservation Fund with $2 million to provide matching grants to support farmland conservation, food and farming production, or the purchase of agricultural conservation easements. Both the House and Senate support the governor's recommended infusion of $1.5 billion for transportation and agreed to $98 million in additional airport aid, $593 million in capital construction to expedite the existing project pipeline, $50 million in capital maintenance for immediate resurfacing needs, $500 million for freight and logistics infrastructure projects, $250 million for local transportation projects, and $8.5 million for rail projects to continue upgrading our state's short line railroads. In pre-K and K-12 education, the Senate agreed to fund the summer transition program in DeKalb at its current level of service. The summer transition program provides rising pre-K students and rising kindergarten students with extra support in language, literacy, and math to close the achievement gap. The Senate agreed to fund communities and schools with a $1.57 million increase to leverage grant funds and expand the program to 10 additional school districts. To support health, the Senate agreed to $250,000 for a new FQHC startup grant in Cobb County. Finally, an item that I know is important to many in this chamber, the Senate agreed to provide $1.55 million to support the development of exhibits for the Anne Frank Education Center. There are a few items of note that were not funded in the House version of the budget that your conferees have agreed to include. $250,000 for the Department of Agriculture for equipment and vehicles to begin implementation of the Georgia Electric Vehicle Charging Program. The House version had recommended a delay, and the conference position allows the department to proceed with implementation on a smaller scale than initially recommended. $2 million for one-time grants, up to $500,000 for the development of programs of all-inclusive care to provide home and community-based services. A recognition of $10 million in existing federal funds to be used for character education programs in local school systems. $300,000 to provide nursing faculty loan repayments. This addition helps support the nursing education pipeline by incentivizing nursing faculty to teach instead of work in the field where they may make more money. $75,000 to support the development of a donor breast milk bank. Georgia is the only state in the Southeast without a milk bank. This innovative program will allow Georgia moms to provide life-saving support to premature infants in Georgia NICUs. $4 million to cover subsidized state health benefit plan benefits to retired, injured in the line of duty officers at the Department of Public Safety. These state troopers were injured in service to our state, and many still have ongoing medical bills as a result of their injury. Their current SHBP premiums are exceeding their retirement benefits based on their years of service. The House fully supports this add. It just came to our attention too late in the process for us to include it in our version. $250,000 to the State Elections Board to support investigative operations. This function was first funded in FY24 budget, and additional support is needed. Finally, a late breaking and one of the most exciting items for me personally in this budget is the forthcoming changes, or are the forthcoming changes to the Capitol complex. Earlier this morning, the governor revised his revenue estimate for the amended budget by $392 million to allow for renovations and improvements to the Capitol complex. Last year, in the budget, we asked the Georgia Building Authority to conduct a space utilization study to assess the needs of members and staff in the legislative function. The resulting study concluded that new and upgraded space was needed to effectively conduct legislative business and serve the public. I want to thank Gerald Pilgrim for spearheading this project. You know, a lot's changed since this building opened in 1889. You don't have to take my word for it. Just ask Terry England. He was here. Just making sure y'all are paying attention. In all seriousness, I don't have to tell you that we're bursting at the seams in this Capitol and across the street in the CLOB. This budget provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pay cash in the full cost to protect the safety and security of building occupants and improve public access to the Capitol Hill complex, with the construction of a new legislative office building, as well as over $83 million to restore the historical integrity of this building that was built so long ago. The Legislative Services Committee, which is comprised of members of the majority and minority parties from both chambers, recently voted to support this project, and we thank the governor for bringing the revenue to make it possible. While I didn't hit every item, I certainly did hit highlights, and there are many. The budget process, the budget is a process, and I'd like to thank Rick Dunn with OPB and Chairman Tillery for the spirit of collaboration in buttoning up this budget, as well as the staff of both the House Budget and Research Office and the Senate Budget and Evaluation Office for crafting the document that you have before you. There's much to be proud of in this budget and much good that is being done with it. I urge your favorable consideration of the Conference Committee report, the House Bill 915. And Mr. Speaker, I will try to answer any questions.
Gentleman yields for questions. To your left, Representative Kelly has a question. The gentleman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that one thing we've heard is there's a need in Georgia for more CDL drivers?
Yes, sir.
And isn't
I
it true?
experience that on I-16 quite often.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the over $5.5 million that this budget provides for Chattahoochee Technical College in Dallas will help us meet those needs in Northwest Georgia?
You are exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, further yield.
Yes, sir.
Leader Beverly, right in front of you, has a question. Leader Beverly is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to bring your attention to Section 16, Community Affairs Department, more specifically 80.1000. Is it not true that the increase in the one-time community improvement grants for $2,500,000 was set aside potentially for Democrats for small dollar amounts to take back to the community to show that they're working on their behalf? Is that not true that that was included in our budget?
Yes.
Further question.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that it's been disregarded again as it comes back across the aisle?
So
and that there's no money to be found for the Democrats who painstakingly brought this to your attention so that we could do what we need to do for our communities?
So we worked with the Senate and with the governor's office and Department of Community Affairs to try to work this program out. We could not come to a successful conclusion on how to make that work. So I will be glad to discuss other options that may be in this budget that you see now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will only ask for you to consider in the 2025 budget that we have a more robust discussion that is based on integrity, and the members in this House can take back to their districts something that we say we fought for as well.
Yes, sir. Be glad to.
Thank you.
Representative Panich, to your left, out in front of you, has a question. The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the chairman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I'm referring you to 367.49.
Yes.
The cut for $450,000 on the Georgia Commission on the Holocaust. It was a request of $2 million, and the give was 1.55.
Yes.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I didn't. What did you?
Do you understand? I mean, are you aware that anti-Semitism has increased 360% since October 7th?
Yes.
Do you believe now is the right time to cut Holocaust budget?
I don't believe this is a cut. I believe this is an add of $1.55 million for the exhibits to the Anne Frank, to the Commission for the Anne Frank Center.
Does the chairman yield?
Yes.
The request was $2 million, correct?
I think the request was actually $4 million, and we had put in $2 million, and after the conference, in conference with the Senate and with the governor's office, this is what was agreed upon. It's still an addition of $1.55 million.
I have one more question.
Yes.
If the gentleman would yield. Isn't it true that Governor Kemp has been very proud of the $16 billion surplus he has? And can't we use some of that to continue Holocaust education?
I think we should all be proud of that additional money that's out there, and I look forward to seeing this investment used wisely.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with
You
that.
have one more, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
I'll take one more.
Chairlady Lynn Smith, right out in front of you up the aisle, has a question. Chairlady Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this budget. Does the chairman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that this Capitol is considered the people's house for the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Is it not true last week, if anybody tried to move in this building last week, we couldn't and we would not have made a fire exit? Is that not true?
That is 100% true.
Is it not true that the money the governor has put in this budget is going to help us as legislators, but it is opening this hallowed building to the people of the state of Georgia, and I commend all of you for this effort. Thank you.
Yes, this money will allow for the preservation of this historical building for years to come, and will make it much more safe for everybody that visits and does business here. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well and ask your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work. Members of the Conference Committee and members of the Appropriations Committee and all members that have had conversation working on this budget. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 915, all in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 915, the yeas are 169, the nays are 2, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. For what purpose does Chairman Hatchett rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Conference Committee report on House Bill 915 be immediately transmitted to the governor.
On the gentleman's motion, Chairman Hatchett moves to immediately transmit House Bill 915 to the governor pursuant to Article 3, Section 5, Paragraph 8 of the Constitution. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Committee of Conference on House Bill 915 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions, that the attached conference committee substitute to HB 915 be adopted.
On the gentleman's motion that the House immediately transmit House Bill 915 to the governor, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion for immediate transmittal to the governor of House Bill 915, the yeas are 170, the nays are 0, and the House has voted to immediately transmit House Bill 915 to the governor. Members, we have a couple of motions we're going to take up now, and then we're going to get right back on the rules calendar. For what purposes, Chairman Jaspers rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion
State your motion.
that House Bill 1312 be moved from the Technology, Infrastructure, and Innovation Committee to the Transportation Committee. Both chairmen agree.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1312 by Representative Jaspers and others to be entitled an act to amend an act relating to the regulation and taxation of electricity used as motor fuel and electric vehicle charging stations.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 1312 be withdrawn from the Technology and Innovation Committee and recommitted to the Transportation Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. For what purpose does Representative Williamson rise? Wait a minute.
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that House Bill 1023 be recommitted to the Ways and Means Committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 1023 by Representative Williamson to the 112th to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credit relative to income taxes.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 1023 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Ways and Means Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. For what purpose does Leader F. Stration rise?
Speaker, I move that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative F. Stration to the 104th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3, Title 8 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to housing generally so as to establish a stable housing accountability program.
I thought you were going to move to adjourn there for a second. On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Budget and Fiscal Affairs Oversight. For what purpose does Chairman Parsons rise?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Parsons, the 44th to be entitled an act to amend Title 46 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to public utilities and public transportation.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. For what purpose does Chairman Leverett rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Leverett of the 123rd to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 51 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to general provisions relative to torts.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is the objection? Public Health. For what purpose does Chairman LaHood rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 70 and Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to coordinated and comprehensive planning and serviceability by counties and municipalities.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Governmental Affairs. For what purpose does Representative Lott rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Lott of the 131st being titled an act to amend Code Section 31-2A 18 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the low THC oil patient registry.
On the lady's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Public and Community Health. For what purpose does Representative Gaines rise?
To make a motion,
State your motion.
I move that the rules of the House be suspended so a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Gaines, the 120th to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 35 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions for law enforcement officers and agencies.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? There is objection. The gentleman objects to the rule. The bill being read for the first time and assigned to committee. Does the gentleman move? He moves. All right, here's our posture. All in favor of suspending the rules so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to suspend the rules, the yeas are 98, the nays are 70. The motion to suspend the rules so a bill can be read for the first time has failed. It requires a 2/3 vote to move forward. So the bill has failed. It will have to be read as a first reader tomorrow. For what purpose does Chairman Todd Jones rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Pursuant to House Rule 57, I request to disagree to the committee report on House Bill 1244.
The gentleman has requested via House Rule 57 to disagree to the committee report on House Bill 1244, and that request will be referred to the Committee on Rules. It is so ordered. Hope y'all are done. We'll move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 1172?
House Bill 1172 by Representative Burchett of the 176th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to water rights so as to remove references to the public trust doctrine. This bill then referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Whip Burchett is recognized to present the bill. If the gentleman will step down for a minute. We're moving on the rules calendar. I'm sure you want to hear what the gentleman in the well has to say. If you don't, you can go to the ante room, or that one, or out front. Chair recognizes Whip Burchett to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I come to you to present a very simple bill. That is not the case. I have learned in this past year more about navigable waterways than I care to know in the rest of my life, frankly. But I'm going to give you a little history about the bill and what the bill does. You can recall, sine die of last year, we passed a bill, Senate Bill 115. And what the bill sought to do was to enshrine the public's right to hunt fish in navigable waterways. Now, one of the things I want to point out for you all is this. Navigable is a defined term in statute. It doesn't mean that you can just float. If you can float, that's common term, not navigable, but the statute has a very different term. You must be able to conduct commerce up and down the river at least some portion of the year. So what Senate Bill 115 did was introduce one of these doctrines. It introduced the public trust doctrine. And over this past year, we had a special study committee to study this issue because it is a complex issue. The problem that came out of, the recommendation that came out of that study committee was this. The recommendation was to remove the words public trust doctrine from Senate Bill 115 while retaining the underlying purpose of Senate Bill 115. And that's what this bill, 1172, seeks to do. One of the other recommendations was to bring clarity to whether or not you can trespass on somebody's property when floating down a navigable waterway. So that is another provision that we added into this bill. So you all know that I'm a fan of the language in the bill, and so I'm going to run through the bill and try to explain to you what the bill does and why the strikes were made. First thing I want to say to you is this. Nothing in this bill does anything to impact non-navigable waterways, right? There's a distinction here. It's a property rights distinction. A navigable waterway, the property owner typically owns from the low water mark back. In a non-navigable waterway, they typically own to the center of the thread. Why is that important? Because if you own to the center of the thread in a navigable waterway, then perceivably you own the stream bed. And then there may be a problem with you walking and being on the stream bed. So nothing in this bill changes what you can do on a non-navigable waterway. So you'd likely been talking to or getting emails and text messages from folks in the paddling community, and they testified in committee, and their testimony was that you're taking away our rights. Well, the law as it stands today, and if 1172 passes, is that non-navigable waterways, if you're hunting, fishing, or floating, you're doing it at the permission of the property owner. You're not doing it at a right that was given to you by the state or a right that we've claimed. That's a fact. That is how the law sits right now today, okay? And so I want to make that clear because everybody has come to me with questions with regard to non-navigable waterways. This bill only impacts or affects navigable waterways. So going through the bill, the first recommendation was we struck the language for public trust doctrine, and that's what happens on lines 11 through 15. Well, on 16 through 19, we recited how this is what I like to call a conclusion of law in Senate Bill 115. We concluded in Senate Bill 115 that we had the right, and we utilized the public trust doctrine as the means for saying that we had that right. Here on 17 and 18 and 19, we recite the fact that the state retains the ownership of the beds, but it's important to note in Senate Bill 115 that we delineated where the state owned the beds. If you had a pre-1863 grant, so a Crown's grant, before the state inherited the land or took the land, then you have a superior right. This is just common property law. You have a superior right. So you got your rights to the stream bed prior to the state could even get the rights or give away the rights. So in the event, and you guys recall, all of this stemmed from a piece of litigation that has now settled. And the litigation was that the owner had a pre-1863 grant and had exclusive rights to the riverbed, right? The settlement, as I understand it, and speaking with some of the parties involved, is that the settlement is that folks can continue to pass through. They have exclusive rights to the fish, and they have exclusive rights to the bed. That was an agreement between the state and this property owner. This does not impact that. So what we've done here is said that in a navigable stream bed, in a navigable stream bed, the right of hunting, fishing, and passage extends from low water mark to low water mark. So recall what I said at the very beginning. In a navigable stream, the property owner typically owns from low water mark back. So we've recited exactly what the right is here. You have the right to pass, you have the right to hunt, you have the right to fish in a navigable stream bed, no matter what. That's the only thing we've done. We've sought to clear this up. Now, I think you'll hear testimony about how do you fish or how do you hunt or how do you do any of these things without impacting the stream bed. Well, the fact of the matter is there is nowhere, not in Senate Bill 115, not in anywhere in statute, that anybody has said that you have a right to the stream bed. There's nowhere in code that you can find that or I can find that. If you can find that, please point that out to me. So what you're going to hear is that we're restraining the right. Well, we're not doing that. I can tell you from my perspective, I want to preserve the right to hunt, fish, and pass in navigable streams. I have a son that loves to fish for redbreast. I love to fish for redbreast. I'm not a big duck hunter, at least on the river, and I love to float and fish. So it's not a right that I want to constrain. What we want to do is clear up an issue that is cloudy, and it continues to be cloudy. We're trying to there's another companion bill I have with this, and you probably already had folks reach out to you for this. As I see it, this bill here, 1172, clarifies what your right is. The following bill is going to say where you can utilize that right. Basically a presumption of the state's navigable waters. The last piece of this bill is this. Nothing contained in this subsection shall construe to permit entry upon privately owned lands adjacent to navigable streams. I can sit here and tell you today that it has never been the intention of this General Assembly or anybody in this body that I know of that says that you should be able to float down a river, jump out of the river onto private property, and then sojourn, picnic, go hunt, do whatever you want to do. That was the biggest pushback or contention that I saw in the study committee. Folks saying, we're fine with people floating, we're fine with people fishing, we're fine with people hunting on the river, but we are not fine with people getting out of the river and going on the bank. And so what this provision seeks to do is clarify. Nothing in this law allows anyone to get out of the navigable waterway and go onto the property. There is a name for that. We've already defined that. What that is called is trespassing. That's all this bill does. And I've said a bunch, and I shouldn't minimize what I've said. This is not an easy issue. This is a tough issue. But I tell you folks, what we're doing here is clarifying an issue that is very cloudy, and part of the reason that we're doing this is because what we're having is altercations on a river or stream bank. You have folks, literally, I'll give you a for instance. You have a father and a son floating down in a canoe, and you have a property owner shooting at them. Now you guys envision that. Now this is a real issue, and if we do not clear this up, you're just going to continue to have this problem. And there's going to be some pain in doing this, but I'm telling you, we have rewritten this language 15 times no less, trying to appease everyone here. But ultimately, this is what you're doing. You're balancing private property rights with the right to hunt, fish, and pass. That's all we're doing here. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well unless there are any questions. And
you have a couple of questions.
Very good.
Chairman Corbett, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the public trust doctrine is an area of law that has never been applied to our freshwater rivers and streams until SB 115?
Yes, sir, that is absolutely true, and I thank you for asking that question. The public trust doctrine is a doctrine that has history in the United States and in Georgia, but on the marshlands. Senate Bill 115 is the first time the public trust doctrine has ever been overlaid onto the fresh waters of the state of Georgia, to my knowledge.
Representative Mac Jackson. Chairman Jackson has a question to your right out in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend, I do. Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this was a learning experience on this study committee?
I agree. Yes, it was.
Further, do you further yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is it not true that this legislation will have no impact on the access rights of hunters and anglers, but will provide additional private property right protection to some Georgians?
That is absolutely true, and thank you, Mr. Representative Jackson.
Representative Nulowitz, to your left in the corner, has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is there any language in this bill that could be construed as taking or removing any existing rights that riparian landowners currently have?
No, and I thank you for that question. So it was posed to me that because we recited the right that you have on lines 21 and 22, for the second time we said, but in such cases the public's right is limited only to such navigable streams for passage and for hunting and for fishing. And it was posed to me that because we said that twice, that a judge may interpret it different than what the words say on the paper. But I don't believe there is any language in here that says anything other than what it says, that you have the right to hunt, fish, and pass on a navigable water.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Chairman Meeks, to your right, has a question. Back in the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you correct. Nothing in this legislation prohibits or intrudes on my rights to fish on a navigable waterway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I can do this all day, but I will not. I'm going to yield the well.
Your choice.
Yes, sir. I yield the well.
You finally made a really good choice. Thank you so much. In the wisdom of the Rules Committee, they have limited debate on all of the issues before us this afternoon. So pursuant to House Rule 33.3, we have 30 minutes for those in favor of this proposition, 30 minutes for those opposed, and then 20 minutes for the chair's time and 20 minutes for a minority report. We'll begin with those opposed. You have 30 minutes, so there's 4 of you signed up to speak against the bill, so I will let y'all divide the time as y'all see fit. Representative Jenkins is recognized to speak in opposition to the bill. Representative Jenkins.
Members of the House,
Mr. Speaker, friends, today I rise in opposition of House Bill 1172. I want to begin by saying how much respect I have for everyone who has worked on this issue, regardless of the position they take today, particularly to the whip. We don't see eye to eye on this, but he certainly worked this issue to try to get me on board, and I have the greatest respect for that. So it's with this spirit that I deliver these remarks to you today. Although 1172 affects all Georgia rivers, I will focus my comments on this issue to my river, the Flint River. And quite honestly, the way House Bill or Senate Bill at 115 came about last year, I think a lot of the stuff I'm saying today we probably would have already heard, but I want to make sure it's said in this chamber. Last year, the Monday before Sine Die, a lawsuit was settled by DNR between the state of Georgia and a property owner on the Flint River. This settlement created a procedure by which any landowner owning riverfront property in Georgia could exclude the public from the river. With the support of the governor's office, we passed SB 115 on Sine Die to correct this loophole created in Georgia law by this settlement. The bill guaranteed that the public would continue to have access to Georgia rivers, and I'm so grateful to everyone who made this legislation possible and each and every one of you who voted in favor of it. This was ironically the 50th anniversary of when then Governor Jimmy Carter sent a letter to the Corps of Engineers directing them to cancel the project to put dams on the Flint River and preserve this river in its natural state for the citizens of Georgia. To come to this conclusion, President Carter made several canoe trips down the river, one of which where he camped at Sproul Bluff. The Corps of Engineers evaluated that one of the primary benefits of this reservoir project was recreation. Carter disagreed. He assessed that there were 8 large reservoirs within 60 miles of this river. He also assessed that there was a rapidly increasing interest in recreation on free-flowing rivers, particularly in the Piedmont. It is the pressure from these very recreational activities that caused this river to be saved 51 years ago and that are causing us to visit this issue today. The decisions we make here today will determine if the river is available for the citizens of Georgia or if it will be lost to the public. The Flint River is truly special in that it's Georgia's only really natural river and one of only 40 rivers in the country that runs over 200 miles unimpeded. The fact that it is unimpeded by dams makes it a remarkable shoal bass habitat. In another ironic twist of fate, we're at another 50th anniversary. 50 years ago today, 50 years ago this year, the Georgia House attempted to move legislation to ask the Corps of Engineers to proceed with the reservoir project over the governor's objections. Although this measure passed the House, thankfully Governor Carter was able to stop this in the Senate, and he was again able to preserve this beautiful river for the citizens of Georgia, hopefully this time for good. President Carter assessed that saving the Flint River to be the most challenging task while he was governor, second only to the complete reorganization of the government. The effect of this was to cancel a hydroelectric dam project in the middle of one of the worst energy crises this nation has known. Every single chamber of commerce affected opposed canceling the reservoir project. He also had to fight the federal government. I ask each of you to consider this as you bear the pressure you feel from competing interests concerned with this. Last year, I sponsored House Resolution 519. This resolution was created before this settlement between the state of Georgia and the property owners on the Flint River and did not contemplate this settlement. I asked for this committee because of the issues that were developing on the Flint River with private landowners asserting rights over the river that I feel they didn't hold. This conflict, as the whip said, even escalated into gun violence with a landowner serving a prison term currently. I also asked for the study committee because Georgia law was vague, confusing, and contradictory on fishing access. Before the passage of SB 115, the Georgia legislature hasn't acted on this topic since 1863. The picture on the board here is President Roosevelt fishing at Flash Shoals near Gay. We have to recognize that Roosevelt was the president of the United States. He didn't just whip out an iPhone and snap this shot. It took a little work back then to take a picture. I feel that this location was chosen above all others since it was an iconic public fishing spot. This place was also where the Okefenokee Path, if I probably said that wrong, of the Creek Indian Nation crossed the Flint River since the shoals made a natural ford. The public has been on these shoals since before the state of Georgia as we know it today. We held the first Flint River, or the first River Access Study Committee a few miles from this location in Gay. Ruth Nash, the mayor of Gay, gave the first testimony at this hearing. Her family owned these very shoals at one time. She recalled how every Saturday these shoals were like the Six Flags of Meriwether County, with the rocks of the shoals full of people of the community enjoying the river. Since that time, this stretch of river has passed from her family's ownership, and the new owner has effectively barred the public from the river here. Not long ago, the Meriwether County Tourism Board, under threat of a lawsuit, was forced to remove any reference to fishing from all literature created from the newly created Flint River Water Trail. This river was set aside for the citizens of Georgia 51 years ago. Growing up in Fayette County, becoming an Eagle Scout in the Flint River Council, spending my summers at Camp Thunder, and then retiring from the Army to Meriwether County, this river has run through my entire life. I reject the false narrative that the Flint River is a private waterway. I know better. At the center of this discussion is 4485, the code section pertaining to rights of adjoining landowners to navigable streams. It reads, as used in this chapter, navigable stream means a stream which is capable of transporting boats loaded with freight in the regular course of trade. Mere rafting of timber, transporting wood shall not make a stream navigable. The discussion of this law during the committee hearing became a focus on how big the boat was that the legislature was talking about. At one point, it was nothing less than a coal barge being pushed by a tugboat. In interpreting any statute, we must assume the General Assembly meant what it said and said what it meant. Toward that end, we must afford the statutory text its plain and ordinary meaning, consider it contextually, etc. That's a passage from Deal versus Coleman, 2013. I won't read the whole thing. All that to say, the General Assembly did not say how large the boat must be. It was important that they would have if they thought it was important. And we cannot regard that specification to be an omission. Although the law doesn't speak of boat size, it does, however, speak in plain language to usage, traffic. It speaks of transporting freight for whole or part of the year, and it contrasts this to occasional use of a river, with floating logs and rafting lumber, something a landowner does once in a lifetime. The point is that in 1863, when this statute was passed, Georgia was in the middle of the Civil War, history's first total war where transportation and manufacturing became military targets, just like formations on the battlefield. Within a year, Atlanta would be under siege. The state was in a dire financial position and our transportation infrastructure was strained. Navigable waters, like any other thoroughfare, had to be maintained. This statute, and my whole point with all this statute directs resources to traffic, just like the General Assembly does today, and any other interpretation of this law ignores the text of the statute, the history, and it also ignores the history and customs of our state. I'll leave that out here. I'm gonna cut my comments a little short because I don't want to run out of time. So about a year after the passage of this law, the Georgia state government appropriated funds to facilitate navigability on the Flint all the way up to Three Forks, which is now beneath the Atlanta airport. Whatever boat they had in mind could make it up the Flint River all the way to that point. Another example of river commerce on the Piedmont can be found in the city of Campbellton in Campbell County. This county is the county seat, was moved to Fairburn in 1872, and this county was absorbed into Fulton County in 1931. This county seat had no railroad and relies solely on the Chattahoochee River for commerce. When this navigability statute was passed, the Chattahoochee from Campbellton to the shoals north of Columbus is where cargo was freighted, where it finished its trip by wagon. The statute directed resources and infrastructure to traffic, and in accordance with this statute and other laws and criteria, DNR has done just that in modern times, with boat ramps on the Flint River being about 4 to 16 miles apart from above flat shoals at Gay throughout the river to Lake Seminole, including the Upper Flint. I gave this historical context because another focus of the study committee became removing the public trust doctrine from SB 115. This doctrine is found in English common law. It's the foundation of the North American wildlife management model, and it's also stated explicitly in Georgia code relating to saltwater resources. At the request of industry stakeholders, I consented to this removal. However, this bill goes too far in other ways. First off, we do have a pending lawsuit on relating to SB 115. It was filed by an adjacent landowner. So there is currently a pending lawsuit that the state of Georgia is defending on this issue. We risk passing a bill that changes law that is the direct subject of a pending lawsuit. The bill also limits the use of navigable waters in an unprecedented way never before seen in the history of the state. It differentiates what the public can do on navigable waters based on whether the property owner owns the stream bed or not. This requires the boating public and fishing public to have a knowledge of property lines that they have no way to know as they float downstream. We deal with this same issue on our roadways. We have roads with deeded right-of-ways and others that run across private property. In the case of roads without deeded right-of-way, the public right to pass is based on the fact that the easement exists across private property. A person driving down the road cannot know who holds the deed of the property they're driving on and shouldn't have to care. The road that I live on begins as a deeded right-of-way, then turns into an easement, then turns back into a deeded right-of-way. Only I know where the transition occurs because I know what my plat looks like and I pay the taxes. And yes, I also, just like the owners of submerged land in the state of Georgia. The difference is, in recent years, our rivers have become far more precious than our dirt roads in the state, leading to this discussion in the General Assembly. Navigable waterways are the original highways of the state of Georgia, and they should be treated that way so that we have clarity and consistency in the law. Let's not taint this process and limit access because of unlawful activities on navigable waterways. Instead, we should focus on what is navigable and what is not, and exclude the public from places that are not navigable. In closing, I want to say that SB 115 was brought, like all good legislation, to solve a problem. It has been the law of the land for 8 months, and it really hasn't created any problems. As we consider HB 1172, we need to also consider the other things that this bill does other than remove the public trust doctrine from Georgia law. We need to focus on codifying a map of where the navigable waters in the state of Georgia lie, so that Georgians know specifically where they can pass in the state of Georgia. I want to thank the whip for dropping legislation to start that process. We cannot deny that Georgia is a very different place than it was in 1863 when this legislature last visited navigability. We have to recognize that the Georgia population has grown, and that this issue does deserve the attention of this legislature. I urge you to vote no for HB 1172, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman is yielded the well. Representative Scott is recognized to speak to the bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're good. Take your time.
Today, I stand before you to express my deep concerns about House Bill 1172, which aims to amend the Chapter 8 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, specifically targeting water rights. The bill proposes to remove references to the public trust doctrine, which is a fundamental principle safeguarding the interests of the public in accessing and enjoying navigable streams. Let us delve into why this amendment is detrimental to the rights of the citizens of Georgia and the integrity of our natural resources. First and foremost, the public trust doctrine rooted in the common law serves as a vital safeguard for the collective interests of the people in accessing and utilizing navigable streams. By removing reference to this doctrine, HB 1172 threatens to undermine the long-standing principles that navigable streams are held in trust by the state for the benefits of its citizens. This amendment essentially strips away the protection that ensure our rights to fish, hunt, navigate, and engage in commerce along these waterways. Furthermore, this bill attempts to limit the rights of Georgians by confining their access to navigable streams solely for passage, hunting, and fishing. By doing so, it disregards the multifaceted roles these waterways play in our lives and local economies. Navigable stream serves as corridors for transportation, avenues for commerce, and vital ecosystems supporting diverse flora and fauna. To restrict the public's interaction with these natural resources is to ignore the integral role they play in our state's heritage and economy. Moreover, by repealing laws that conflict with this amendment, HB 1172 disregards established regulations and legal framework that have been put in place to ensure the sustainable management of our water resources. This reckless disregard for existing legislation could lead to legal ambiguity and disputes over water rights, ultimately jeopardizing the delicate balance between environmental conservation and economic development. In conclusion, House Bill 1172 possesses a significant threat to the rights of Georgians to access and enjoy our navigable streams. By stripping away references to the public trust doctrine and limiting the scope of our interaction with these vital waterways, this amendment undermines the principle of equity, sustainability, and stewardship that should guide our management of natural resources. I urge you to stand against this misguided proposal and uphold the rights of the people to safeguard our waterways for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Long Tran is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak against this bill. If you take a look at lines 12 through 15, it removes the people's right to use and enjoy all navigable streams capable. I'm not going to read the entire thing. For the last 9 years, I have taken a Cub Scout pack down to Flint River for them to camp, to fish, and what I teach these kids is the air, the water, the fish, the deer, they belong to Georgians. They belong to the state of Georgia for our use and our enjoyment. This creates confusion. By removing those lines, the public doctrine, we create an imbalance to line 16, which provides a person who owns a crown grant. This is going back to the days of the monarchy. You know, we've had a revolutionary war that should have taken away the rights and given the rights to Georgians to use the air, the water, the fish. And so I have very strict concerns when it comes to Georgians using our streams. If you've ever seen 10-year-olds, 16-year-olds navigate our streams, the boats can be fairly large, they can be very small. Now, the kids I have taken down to Flint River, they come from all kinds of backgrounds, different economic backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds. And one of my fears is the confusion this law will allow a person to say that he justifiably shot a kid just trying to enjoy our parks because he believed the kid was trespassing. I, as a former Scoutmaster, could not tell these kids what is navigable and what is not. This law is too confusing. So with that, I urge this body to vote no on House Bill 1172. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Mary Margaret Oliver is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a deep lover of the rivers and waterways of Georgia. I'm also a person who's made a long-time observation of the way in which this body interacts with that courthouse across the street. And we have had a long-standing rule, unwritten rule, but important rule, that we do not interfere with litigation that is ongoing about a policy position that is very important and complicated to us. The whip says that this bill is brought forward to clarify the recent chaos of the courts and the passage that solves certain chaos by the passage of Senate Bill 115. I say to my colleagues that this does not clarify an important issue. It further muddies an important issue. I have spent most of several decades in private practice on the square in Decatur, but all of my 20s I spent in North Georgia, rural Georgia, and enjoyed almost every one of the navigable rivers in a wide variety of rafting and kayaking. I rafted Bull Sluice on the Chattooga River, and if you don't know what that is, I'll tell you about it because it was an exciting day. Today, the last 23 years, I've owned property on Fightontown Creek in Fannin County. Fightontown Creek is a very important contributory of the Ocoee River, known as the Toccoa River, as it passes from Georgia into Tennessee. I have also spent most of the last 10 years on the Riverkeeper Board of the Altamaha River. So I have a lifetime of deep and abiding love for these rivers and waterways. The issue that I want to bring to you is the way in which we are further muddying waters that do not need to be muddied. Private shooting people on the Plint River is what began private litigation that resulted in a settlement, as the whip said, where private property owners made a deal that served their interest. And in response, the Georgia General Assembly, when that litigation was over in 2023, this body with the Senate came forward and passed Senate Bill 115. And when Governor Kemp signed that bill, he went to the trouble detailing why he signed it and highlighted the significance of the rights of hunting and fishing Georgia's waterways and the investments of tens of millions of dollars that the state has made. Some of you were here during Governor Sonny Perdue's fishing in Go Fish Georgia, and that has been a significant economic investment we have made. The whip says that that litigation was ended by the settlement, but the new litigation that we've talked about, again, is private property owners trying to sue the state to recover some of the rights that they believe they lost when we passed Senate Bill 115. The state of Georgia has made a motion to dismiss that lawsuit. So that issue is pending in court right now. We are sweeping in and trying to end that litigation in a way that is going to further complicate and make progress more meaningful. One of the things that distresses me about the use of 1172 is that it goes back and forth, in my judgment, between the issues of fishing and hunting and the issues of navigation and commerce. The common law right of public trust included commerce and navigation. And that is what's raised the complication of the issues about whether the kayaker that falls out of her kayak can get on the property safely to save herself and perhaps her children that are with her. We are taking a step here, despite an enormous amount of serious good work, to further confuse the issue that I believe was clarified by Senate Bill 115 with the help of the governor, was clarified with DNR's progress following 115, and taking a step that is unnecessary at this time. I am further concerned about, let me go back to us interceding in litigation that's ongoing. I think that the interpretation that private property owner is trying to make in court that has been, the state has moved to dismiss, is litigation, if it was allowed to go forward, would further assist in the strength that we brought forward to help fishermen and hunters of Georgia through Senate Bill 115. This effort is not simple. It is further muddying waters that don't need to be muddied under a traditional respect we have for not interfering with ongoing litigation. And I ask you to vote no on 1172 for the purpose of giving further security to the hunters and the fisher people of Georgia, and also for the respect that our governor has given to Senate Bill 115. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Oliver. The lady has yielded the well. That concludes those opposed to the bill. We'll now recognize those in favor, and we'll recognize Representative Al Williams from down on the coast to speak to the bill. Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For reasons that some of you know, I was reluctant to come down today because of some things happened in my personal life, but it's certainly important, I feel, to speak to this bill. Now, I served on the study committee. We went all over, mostly North Georgia. And my first day there, it just occurred to me when I was in my hotel room that God has a great sense of humor. I thought about it. I said, Lord, back when the Crown grants and the state grants of 1863 were done, I didn't have a shot at not one piece of this land. I couldn't get me a piece of land. And now, Lord, you've put me here to help make a decision. And I got really tickled. It was doubly as funny being one of only two Democrats, Representative Jackson and myself. I think at first I felt kind of like the Indians felt when they owned all the land up there. Must have been some kind of feeling to leave that beautiful land and go, but they had to go. They didn't leave voluntarily. So I had a lot of mixed emotions. But you know, whenever you start talking about property rights, there's a lot of passion on both sides. It's a passionate subject. And I like to break things down. Calvin Smyre used to say, don't talk to the giraffes, talk to the goats, and everybody will understand it. So in my southeast Georgia way, I have an analogy. I live on Highway 84 in Midway, and those of you that live down there know that Savannah is a bedroom community of Midway. I thought somebody get that after a while, Speaker.
That's a joke there. Y'all didn't get it.
But where I live is exactly 6 miles from where Interstate 95 crosses 84. And in those 6 miles, there is a McDonald's on the left when you head my way. You can buy a Big Mac, some French fries, and whatever else, and a milkshake. And the average person can finish eating it by the time they get to my house. And every weekend when Liv and I get home, the first thing we have to do is clean up the ditch with all the mess from McDonald's. And where it ends up does happen to be private property. I don't have a problem with the rights, everybody. The air certainly belongs to Georgia. The only thing is, once you leave the air and the stream, that's not yours up on the bank. And anybody that has ever been in anything public in Georgia knows how it looks after people stop and enjoy themselves. Very few people say, let me police this place up and leave it like I found it. How would you like to own a home on a beautiful stream and wake up every morning having to clean up? Be safe. Navigable waters are open to everybody. Catch all the fish you want. It's another thing that bothered me, Mr. Speaker, while I was on this committee. Traveled everywhere, saw some of the most beautiful trout in the world. Never got a real piece of trout the whole time. They got a little embarrassed up in Blue Ridge and fixed me some trout dip, and I ain't a dip eater. I wanted a piece of fried fish. But why is it so hard to understand that you would want the beauty of your property preserved if you lived on the river? Navigable means the ability to move commerce unimpeded. And the navigable river, those that want to enjoy it can enjoy it, but it does not give you the right to move on to private property. Now, I didn't grow up living there, hadn't visited much. I mean, Representative Jackson and I were in North Georgia. You can understand why I didn't visit much, didn't get many invites, and sure didn't have nobody kin to me up there. And as I sat around and looked at folk fight over this navigable water and private property, it wasn't very diverse up there either. We didn't have a local chapter of NACP up there. So it was pretty well established that when the Indians left, that was the end of the minority folk. But I defend the right of those to have private property and the right to determine how it's kept. We've gotten it all twisted. We can make anything. I had a friend of mine say, wherever there's a mess, he knew somebody that had a stick. And when you start with the mess and you're stirring it, you got a bigger mess, and land problems are a mess. I don't like having to stand here in opposition to some of my most respected members of the Democratic Party, the minority. I don't like it. But I served on that committee, and I did not oppose the resolution of the committee, and if I had opposed it, I would have been the first to speak against it today. But I'm not a hypocrite. I voted to move this recommendation forward into legislation. 115 needed some straightening, and hopefully it will. Listen, it's never really going to be truly straight. The only thing more complicated than private property is cosmetology in Georgia. It's just tough. It's heavy lifting. But I'm here to ask you to think about the protection of private property and think about me and Paul Libby out there picking up McDonald's paper wrappers on our property. And when you do, I would certainly hope that you would move to vote yes for 1172. It's a good piece of legislation. It's not the perfect answer, but it's the best we've put forth so far. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Thank you, Representative Williams. We appreciate your viewpoints. We do have a minority report, but is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair has none. The previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report for up to 20 minutes. Representative Stacey Evans is recognized to speak to the minority report. So you can plan your day, members. Then we'll have 20 minutes for the chair's time after the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I am here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 1172. Before I get into the heart of my remarks, let's all think about a couple of things as I'm talking. Why are we here? How did we get here? What problem are we solving? Who are we helping? And who might we be hurting? If we could just keep those questions in mind. Why are we here? How did we get here? What problem are we solving? Who are we helping? Who are we hurting? Stepping back, Senate Bill 115 came to us because a landowner sued the state and said he had exclusive rights to fish a certain area because he owned a portion of the bed of the Flint River. Landowner sued the state, only I can fish here. It didn't have anything to do with the hilltop on the side of the beautiful river. It wasn't about trash being left on the hill. It wasn't about people being on that hill at all. It was about people fishing in the river, and the landowner said, no, only I have a right to do that, or only I have a right to give you permission to do that. That's what the lawsuit was about. Landowner sues the state. It was also not because an environmentalist sued a landowner and said that they were using too much water from the river for irrigation or anything like that. It was the landowner trying to stop people from fishing. Keep that in mind. That case settled just before Sine Die last year, and it led to understandable fear that other landowners were going to do similar things, that they were going to bring other lawsuits to try to block public access to our streams and our rivers. So enter Senate Bill 115. Senate Bill 115 was a simple bill. There's not always simple bills. This one certainly isn't, but Senate Bill 115 was. It just stated that under the public trust doctrine, the public retains the right to fish, hunt, and transit our navigable streams, even where the title to the stream bed maybe belongs to a private party, that private party has the bed, but in public trust. So you can own the bed, and it's yours, but you can't keep the public from being in the water, standing on the bed while they're fishing, things of that nature. That's all it did. So after we passed Senate Bill 115, it's been mentioned here, there was another lawsuit by another landowner saying that they owned the bed of the river of another section and also wanted to prevent public fishing there and challenging Senate Bill 115. So again, landowner suing the state, trying to keep people from fishing, not an environmentalist, not somebody suing about trash on the hill. No one disputes that, ladies and gentlemen. None of these bills, either Senate Bill 115 or this bill, is about trying to keep people from walking up the hill while they're fishing. It's about being able to stand in the stream, perhaps. Maybe your fishing pole hits the bottom of the stream bed while you're in the water. So how did we get here? So the study committee made the recommendation to remove reference to the public trust doctrine. That was really it from the study committee. So anybody who was on the study committee and you want to stay true to what you did, voting against House Bill 1172 doesn't make you a hypocrite, because the study committee just said remove reference to public trust doctrine. House Bill 1172 does so much more than that. Now, even this public trust doctrine thing, I don't really understand the concern there, but I know that the study committee wanted to make sure that farmers and everyone was satisfied that this wasn't going to open the door for environmentalists or others to sue them and say, you're taking too much water from the stream, the public trust says you can't do that. There was a case in North Carolina that folks were concerned about. This fear was unfounded, and we can talk about those reasons, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not opposed to removing reference to the public trust doctrine. That would be fine. I don't know anyone who's opposed to that, really, honestly, not much. What I am here to bring our attention to, and what I want you to focus on, is the study committee says remove reference to public trust doctrine, just re-emphasize that people have the right to go up and down these streams and fish and hunt, and if they touch the bottom while they do it, so be it. No one's going to be mad. But and you still don't get to go up on the hill, and no one's saying that you do. But what 1172 does is more. I was going to tell y'all about all the reasons why the public trust doctrine fears were really unfounded, but you don't need to know that because no one's against it, right? So we're just going to move to what is the what else of 1172. 1172 removes the public's right of transportation, commerce, and navigation on navigable streams. That is in lines 12 through 15. You'll see those words are deleted. The only words that ever come back are hunting and fishing. So that's why did we do that? No one has told us that. House Bill 1172 establishes that the public has the right of passage for fishing and hunting on navigable streams, even where title in the beds is it belongs to a private party. But, and this is the part that's concerning, if you would look with me, I know this can be a little lawyerly here, so pardon me, but lines 21 to 23, if you could focus there for me. 1172 is trying to say that the public has a right of passage for hunting and fishing on navigable streams, even where title to the bed of the stream may rest with a private party. But then there's this caveated language in lines 21 to 23 that says, but is limited only to using navigable streams for passage and hunting and fishing, and doesn't mention the right to stand on the stream bed. Now, I doubt that I fish as much as many of y'all in here, but I don't think it takes a PhD in fishing to know that you probably need to touch the stream bed to effectively fish. So why is that caveat there to only talk about the use of the stream but not the stream bed? Taken on its face, the language limits the right of passage and hunting and fishing to only using the water but not the bed. Now, we've heard that this is not a big deal because Senate Bill 115 didn't really address the issue of stream beds either. Well, I disagree with that, but assuming for argument, at best, Senate Bill 115 was silent on this. 1172 is not silent. It has a specific carve-out that gives you the right to the water when you're fishing, but not the bed. Why? We heard at the beginning of the presentation here that we wanted to do two things today in 1172. Eliminate reference to the public trust doctrine. Okay, fine. Again, I'm not opposed to that. That's in lines 12 through 15. We can do that. But then we heard the second reason that we were here today for 1172 was to bring clarity about whether you can trespass. Now, I have read this bill 1172 way more times than I ever cared to. I don't see any, and backing up, the only thing about trespass that I've heard up here today is that you can't go up on the hill and have a picnic. You can't go and take a nap. I don't see one word in House Bill 1172 to clarify that the public has no access to the land to the left and the right of a stream. I don't see that. So the only way I can think of that 1172 clarifies where we can't trespass is that it's got a carve out that says I can be on the water, but I can't be on the bed. That's the only thing I can think of in 1172 that clarifies trespass. So if you're on the water, if you stay on your boat on top of the water, you're probably fine. But if your fishing pole hits the bottom or you get out and you've got your waders and you are touching the bottom, I think you're going to be in trouble. So, but if that's not the trespassing that we're talking about, then why can't we get clarity in the bill that it's the stream bed and not just the water? That's the question. And I've been asking it since committee. And I think it's helpful for folks to have the full context here. This bill barely made it out of Judiciary Committee. There was a tie, and the tie was broken in favor of moving the bill along. But we had a lot of debate. We heard from lots of people who enjoyed our favorite pastime of hunting and fishing and talked about how they wanted to have protections. Then we heard from the Georgia Wildlife Federation, Georgia Farm Bureau, Georgia Forestry Association, and Georgia Agribusiness Council. I asked every one of the representatives from those organizations what it was their members wanted to prevent that they didn't think was already covered by Senate Bill 115. The only thing I heard from any of those fine gentlemen that are there to represent these organizations was public trust doctrine. So I come back again. Why are we doing more? And if we're trying to clarify where we don't want people to trespass, why is there nothing in 1172 that talks about the hilltops? The only thing I can find, again, is that carve-out that says you can be on the water, but it doesn't include the stream bed. And I'm always searching for the why. And I know so many of y'all are in here like that. We know that these organizations that I've mentioned are wonderful organizations. I have the utmost respect for them. But we're all big boys and girls in here, and we know that these organizations always have the sportsman side, right? They have the folks that are there to protect the nature side of what these organizations are meant to preserve. But in everything, ladies and gentlemen, there is a business side. Who wants to charge you? Who wants to make money off of our favorite pastime, hunting and fishing? Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I think must be going on here today, because otherwise I don't know why we're not talking about the hilltops. I don't know why we've got this carve out, and I don't know why the Chamber of Commerce has put a letter on your desk urging you to vote for this otherwise nature-focused bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Thank you, Representative, for yielding and your presentation. Now we have 20 minutes for chair's time. The chair of the committee from which this bill came, Chairman Gunther, is recognized to speak to the bill. You have up to 20 minutes, or you can share.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's been a lot said about the public trust doctrine, so I want to address that first. Senate Bill 115 was rushed through the process. It didn't appear until the last day, in the last hours, before it came in here to us for us to vote on. Not going through that process, the bill wasn't properly vetted. The term or phrase, public trust doctrine, there's been a lot of discussion about that. But what is the public trust doctrine? There is some common law on it. There is some Roman law on it. From what period of time are you talking about the public trust doctrine? And there's 50 states out there that have some sort of public trust doctrine out there. Which one does the state of Georgia go look to apply here? That's the problem with leaving public trust doctrine in this language. The courts will fill that void by going somewhere else looking for law to put in that. And it didn't need to be that way. That was the reason for the removal of the public trust doctrine. So what does this say? What you can do, what this bill tells you you can do, is you can go fishing on navigable streams. You can go hunting on navigable streams, although I'm not a hunter or a fisher. The only hunting and fishing I do is golf balls. So with this, you can go down the stream on a tube or a canoe or whatever kind of floating device you want. You can get out of that floating device and step onto the stream of the bed, and you can fish, as long as you're doing it for passage, hunting, and fishing. That's what this is. This is all about the navigable streams and what you can do on it. And if you look at it on lines, let's see, we'll start at the end of 16, where it says, the General Assembly further finds that by common law, the citizens of this state have an inherent right to use for passage and for hunting and fishing all navigable streams from low water mark to low water mark. So above the low water mark, the adjacent landowners own that land. You can't trespass on that. If you have a grant, a crown title or a state grant, you actually own the bottom of the river, the terra firma. So this is akin to an easement for the public. They have the right to go on there for passage, which means they can float through, If they get stuck on a rock, they can get out, move the boat, and continue their trip. Or they can do it for hunting or fishing. It is okay to trespass on the riverbed, the terra firma there, as long as you do it for these purposes. This bill simply clarifies what Senate Bill 115 started, and in my opinion, created a big mess. And that's why this bill is here. I would ask you for your support. I think it's a good bill. I think it helps clarify the law. We still have the issue of navigability that will come up later, but that is I think the remaining big issue on this discussion that we're having here. So with that, I will yield the well. Oh, and yield my time to the chairman, Whip Burchett.
The chairman has yielded the well, the remainder of his time to Whip James Burchett. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief. I just come up here and do the rebuttal, right? And I've got to set the record straight as I see it. We had a presenter present that in lines 12 through 15 testified that we're removing the right. If you continue reading the bill, 17 through 19 says, Assembly further finds that by the common law, the citizens of the state have the inherent right to use for passage and for hunting and for fishing all navigable streams from the low water mark to low water mark. So where the gentleman is right, we did remove the right. We just recited it in another part of the bill. This ongoing litigation bar, I'm not sure where the idea came from, but a gentlelady was mistaken when she said that litigation had settled when we took up Senate Bill 115. Senate Bill 115 was passed last year. The settlement for that piece of litigation just happened a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. And also, I would submit to you all, if we didn't do anything that was under litigation, we wouldn't do anything in this House. We couldn't get anything done. We couldn't do nothing. There's so much litigation happening around the state on so many different issues. We wouldn't get anything done here if we couldn't legislate over litigation. The definition of navigation covers. It was said up here that this bill was not about people on the Hill. And I'm going to give my friend grace because she testified not being in the study committee and hearing the litigants say, the reason I'm bringing this litigation is people standing, drinking, camping on my property. That is the reason the litigation was brought. He specifically said that I don't care if they float down the river. But being up on the hill, just imagine this. I'm going to paint you I'm not a good painter, but I can speak it to you. Let me paint you a picture. You're sitting in your backyard on the Flint River with your family and friends, enjoying a Saturday, having some sweet tea or water or whatever it is you drink. And you've got 4 or 5 of my good friends on your bank in short cut-off jean shorts, no shirt on, drinking beer, casting, saying the most, talking like we talk on the river. Can you imagine that? I mean, this is literally about that. I mean, that's what the initiation of the litigation was, so the litigant testified. Lastly, I want to say, currently, the way the law stands right now, if we don't pass 1172, if you're on a non-navigable waterway, if you're floating, fishing, or hunting, then you're doing it at the permission of the property owner. This doesn't change that, doesn't touch that area law. It doesn't remove any right. That's all right. It was also said that this bill says nothing about trespass. And I want to direct you, because I'm a big fan of the words on the page, 24 and 25. Nothing contained in this subsection shall be construed to permit entry upon privately owned lands adjacent to the navigable streams. Specifically, testimony was next to the streams. Adjacent to me means next to the streams. You can't trespass on that land. Folks, we're overcomplicating an issue here. We're reciting what the right is. The right for Georgians to hunt, fish, and pass on navigable waterways, even where someone has a title pre-1863, you still have the right to hunt, fish, and pass. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for your favorable consideration, and thank you. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. That completes the discussion on House Bill 1172. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. For what purpose does Representative Petrie rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I'm a lifetime avid sportsman, hunter, fisherman, and boater?
If the gentleman so states, I know that's true.
And Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this body has long held that private property rights are fundamental to freedom in this state?
I'm sure the gentleman believes what he states. For what purpose does Floor Leader McDonald rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I had the privilege to go to our North Georgia mountains and listen to good Georgians that love to talk about and encourage people to hunt and fish, and watch them get entertained by the man that likes to pick up trash, McDonald's trash on the side of the road?
As long as it wasn't your trash, the McDonald's, but...
Further
sure.
parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true this issue's been studied for the better part of a year, and this legislation is the result of the diligent study?
I'm sure the gentleman knows what he speaks. It's been debated very well today. Now, have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas of House Bill 1172, the yeas are 107, the nays are 60. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Here we go. For planning purposes, I thought we could have recess here at 3 o'clock. We're going to recess at 4 o'clock and go to our committee meeting. So we're going to take up a few more bills this afternoon. And so for you to plan your remainder of your afternoon and early evening, we will recess at 4 p.m. Yeah, we won't reschedule committees. We just push all committee meetings back now a total of 2 hours. All committee meetings are pushed back for 2 hours. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 927?
House Bill 927 by Representative Hagan in the 156 to be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 27 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to hunting so as to authorize fluorescent pink hunting outer garments. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Game, Fish, and Parks. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Since we're talking about hunting and fishing, I thought this may be an appropriate time to hear from Representative Hagan as she presents House Bill 927. Representative Hagan is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 927 if you're hunting, in some cases, you currently have to wear 500 square inches of blaze orange. This bill simply adds the option of wearing fluorescent pink if you choose to do so. This bill passed unanimously out of Game, Fish, and Parks Committee. It was subsequently recommitted back to that committee where it received an amendment That amendment is, it extends the sunset, allowing for the use of air guns when hunting in certain circumstances. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I would ask for your favorable consideration of this measure.
The lady has a question.
I'll
She
yield.
yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Representative Beverly, Minority Leader Beverly has a question right there in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
We talked about this before, but there are certain colorblind anomalies that people have. And you could have a colorblind anomaly where you wouldn't be able to pick up the color pink, color red, color green, orange. Can you talk to me about how this bill would be impacted with folk who have colorblind anomalies?
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, and I appreciate the conversation that we had about that a couple weeks ago. We had a conversation about color blindness and how the color pink might impact someone who's colorblind if they're hunting. We did some research, and we found that it is true that with some types of color blindness, a person may not be able to detect the color pink. However, we also found that they cannot detect orange either. So our determination was that this bill would not negatively impact those hunting who chose to wear the color pink there, if it's fluorescent pink. And I do thank you for bringing that up.
Chair, lady yield for another question from the leader on the other side of the aisle, since they've been talking. Chair Leader Estration, is recognized for a question.
Lady yield.
I do.
Thank you for bringing this measure. Isn't it true that this bill was brought because it was recommended? The idea initially came up from a 14-year-old student in the district that I represent, Carly, who had this idea. She's an avid outdoors woman, enjoys hunting. She had this idea and brought it to you for introduction this session. So this is not only great policy, it's been a great civic engagement opportunity for a young Georgian to see the legislative process work through. Isn't that true?
That is absolutely true, and I thank you for bringing that up. As a former middle school teacher, nothing makes me happier than to see a young person engaged in the process. And I actually mistakenly assumed that she did this research and brought this forward as a school project, but that was not the case. She simply is passionate about hunting and wanted to see this as an option should someone choose to want to wear pink instead of orange. So thank you for bringing that up, and I do thank her for all of her hard work in the research in bringing forward this idea. Mr. Speaker, if there are no other questions, I would yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. She did have one more question, but if she's yielded. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 927, the yeas are 166, the nays 1, the bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 1078, 1078?
House Bill 1078 by Representative Petrie of the 166 and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 6 and Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to services for the aging so as to create a new adult day center licensure exclusion. This bill I have referred to the Committee on Human Relations and Aging. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Gentleman from the coast, Representative Petrie, is recognized to present the bill. Representative Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, many of you may know I spent my career up until 5 years ago when I sold. Spent my lifetime trying to keep people out of institutions and serve seniors in the community and others with disabilities, particularly developmental disabilities. This bill I bring you today is a department bill by the Department of Community Health. It is the enabling legislation that allows community health to develop and implement a PACE program. Now, the PACE program, the acronym is Program for All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly. And so what this is a capitated program, an innovative program to provide all of the care that an individual needs in the community as they age in place and to avoid skilled institutional placement. So these individuals are all on Medicaid. They also are on Medicare. They're duly eligible. And so they're already entitled to nursing home care. When we serve them for less and give them a better quality of life by keeping them in the community, it's good for them and it's good for taxpayers. And that is what, indeed, this program is all about. I do want to mention that this program is already active in about 32 states. It's totally voluntary, so individuals choose this as a route like they do for other waivers, as an alternative to skilled institutional placement. And I do want to make sure that those of you know that initially there are 3 sites chosen, and that was done by an assessment that the department did starting last year. There's going to be a site in Atlanta, a site in Macon, and a site in Savannah initially. And hopefully with success, they will move on to other areas of this state and continue to give people options to age in place when they are on Medicaid. Mr. Speaker, I think that fairly explains it, and I'm glad to answer any questions if there are any.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Does Brett yet have something? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1078. The yeas are 165, the nays are 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1218, 1218?
House Bill 1218 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 53 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to probate, so as to provide notice to beneficiaries of a testate estate.
The gentleman from Elberton is recognized to present the bill. Representative Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill fits in with the old expression of why do we meet every year? To fix the things we messed up the year before. 1218 is amending a statute that was created by House Bill 91, which we passed last year. That bill created a new section in the probate code to deal with situations or try to protect beneficiaries of estates when the executor that gets appointed absconds with the money. It would require executors to notify the beneficiaries when the executor is appointed. The main intent of the bill is still preserved, but the fiduciary section of the state bar and the probate judges requested certain changes to that statute to make it more effective and to strengthen it. So under the law as passed last year, which is set out in the bill, you can see there's parts of it are stricken. the executor would have to notify beneficiaries that the executor had been appointed within 30 days. This gives the executor more time, but it preserves the portion of the existing law that says that the executor can be cited and fined or removed for failing to comply with that requirement. We also try to clarify that notices don't have to be given if the beneficiary acknowledges that the beneficiary has been given a notice. So if the beneficiary just consents, you don't have to go through the formality of a notice. We address some other technical issues about how you would notify a trust. We also, again, we extended the time by which the executor has to report back. Under the old law, it was affirmative duty, or it was a procedural rule. Now it's an affirmative duty of the executor. So we think this makes it stronger, and the probate judges in the fiduciary section believe it's more workable within the existing framework of probate proceedings. So that's the gist of the bill. I will yield for any questions, Mr.
You have no questions.
Thank you. I'll ask your favorable consideration of House Bill 1218.
Gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 1218, the yeas are 168, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1237, 1237?
House Bill 1237 by Representative Cannon and the 172nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 2811 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to definitions regarding agricultural commodity commissions. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from down in Moultrie, representing Chaz Cannon, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been told to be brief, and I'll try to do that. This is House Bill 1237. This is a Department of Ag cleanup bill, short and sweet, for the Citrus Commodity Commission. In the original bill, it defined a citrus producer as someone that owns or operates at least 5 acres of citrus fruit-bearing trees. Soon after the new commission was formed, they determined that it would be much easier for them to quantify tonnage or weight as opposed to acreage. So what this bill does is simply remove the definition of what a citrus producer is under the commodity title, which is where it defined a citrus producer by acreage. And by doing this, it'll give some flexibility to the commission to spell out definitions of what is to be required to be a citrus producer in the marketing order rather than in statute. This method exactly mirrors that of the Blueberry Commodity Commission. So overall, a cleanup bill. It adds some clarity and some flexibility, and it's something that supports a growing industry for our state's #1 business. That's the purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to recommend this bill do pass. I'll stand for any questions.
Gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well, Mr. Speaker. Thank
He's
you.
yielded the well. I love my Satsumas. There's no doubt about that. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were on House Bill 1237, the yeas are 166, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 808?
House Bill 808 by Representative Chokus of the 151st to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to property tax exemptions and deferral so as to increase the statewide ad valorem tax exemption. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Chokus is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Chokus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring before you House Bill 808, and simply it deals with tangible personal property, which is a specific type of property tax that applies to personal property. Currently, the exemption is for $7,500, and we're planning on raising it to $20,000. It hasn't been raised in years, and the reason we're doing this is to compensate for inflation. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer one or two.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate a favorable consideration for this bill.
Good explanation. The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 808, the yeas are 125, the nays are 42. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1090?
House Bill 1090 by Representative Newton of the 127th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the imposition rate computation exemptions and credits relative to income taxes. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Gentleman from the home of the masters, Augusta, GA, Representative Newton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring before you today House Bill 1090. This bill's on a foundation that was started a couple of years ago in the Fostering Success Act. We know that children that are in the foster homes are some of the most challenging situations across our state that are in such need. What we find out when we pass that bill is that their needs don't end when they turn 18 and they're officially out of foster care. So we do have the Fostering Success Act. Today's bill, House Bill 1090, kind of augments and improves that previous legislation. It more clearly assists former foster children ages 18 to 21, and it helps them make a successful transition to adulthood. House Bill 1090 does that with three primary items. It cleans up language regarding eligibility of at-risk youths who could benefit from this. For example, It allows youth who turn 18 or graduate from high school, say in May, they're not attending a vocational school until sometimes July or August. So we changed attending to enrolled. We're just trying to clean up definitions rather than leave kids out there with no support, no mentorship, and no assistance while they're waiting a couple of months there in the summertime, things like that. Second thing it does, it more clearly defines what mentorship is. There's need with nutrition, with transportation, with housing, so many things that are important, but mentorship is a key part of this, and so it better clarifies what it means to be a mentor and to be, in lieu of a parent, the one who can help these young youth advance. Second thing it does, it opens up the definition a little bit of the types of corporations and entities that can donate to this program. There was a $20 million maximum. We didn't even raise half that with regular income tax. There is a provision in here that allows some companies that owe other things like premium taxes to participate in this program to help youth coming out of that. Finally, this bill does put some guardrails around the spending of this money. There's a lot of great organizations that help foster children. The state itself has some great programs and some great individuals that we all know about that make such a difference in these challenging situations. We wanted to put guardrails to where this is new money that doesn't just go for overhead somewhere, but the bill specifies that at least 80% of the money will go directly to the children, at least 80%, hopefully more, so that they can adequately get the care they need. I appreciate your support on this. I think it's a good step forward. I wish I could tell you about the examples of kids that have been helped by this. Maybe we'll get to that one day. I know Representative Hutchinson does a great job with that with us, but I'd appreciate your support, Mr. Speaker. Glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman has a question. Representative Kennard, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that in my transitional program for the homeless that we get a steady stream of individuals who have aged out of the foster care system and they're often broken by the system, and measures like this will help turn that around?
I think the gentleman is absolutely correct and knows of what he speaks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Gentleman had no further question. Has yielded the will. Is there an objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1090. The yeas are 168. The nay is 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 1028, 1028?
House Bill 1028 by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to repeal the requirement of screening of public school children for scoliosis. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public and Community Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman LaHood is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So the caption to the bill, that portion of the bill has actually been removed. So the scoliosis screening will still be happening in schools unless the bill gets changed, further later this legislative session. However, the Department of Public Health did recommend that practice cease. But this is a department cleanup bill brought to us from Dr. Toomey, and it basically clarifies rules and regulations around adding definitions, adding certain drugs to the Commissioner's standing order and revising outdated code, such as the requirement of the department to approve and issue mass gathering permits, which was put into place way back in response to the Woodstock Music Festival. So we felt like it would be a groovy idea to remove that, since it hasn't been used in all these years. Mr. Speaker, I'll take any questions if there are any.
I think you just answered them. You have
All
no
right.
questions.
I'll yield the well. Thanks.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair has done. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the committee substitute? Chair has done. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair has done. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1028. The yeas are 167, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1247, 1247?
House Bill 1247 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia entitled relating to property so as to provide for a transfer on death deeds. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1247 is probably one of the most seemingly boring bills that will be of the most consequence to you and your constituents this year. It allows for a vehicle called transfer on death deeds. This was first, to my knowledge, proposed by Representative Lim some years ago, and I think it's a great idea. It basically allows you to execute a deed to provide that real estate will pass to certain beneficiaries at your death. Now, there is a form of deed by which you can do that now. It's basically conveying a remainder interest and reserving a life estate with a power of sale and a right to counsel and revert. But that takes a bit of time and a bit of complexity to draft. In this code section, the statutory framework is established where you can execute the deed and the form of the deed is set out in code. You can change the designation or you can revoke the designation. And there's a process by which the beneficiary can accept at your death. So this simplifies it, it streamlines it, and it's much more accessible to people. It provides them with a will substitute when they may not have sufficient funds to pay for estate planning or preparation of what is a fairly complex, sophisticated deed. So I would recommend it to you highly. I think it's a great consumer protection and a great consumer advantage. It's a good vehicle to provide for your constituents, and it provides them an alternative when they might not be able to afford a more intensive kind of estate plan. So I would request your favorable consideration of this bill, and I will be glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman has a couple of questions, if you'll yield.
Yes, I'll yield.
Representative Reese, Representative Teddy Reese has a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Sir, isn't it true that in some of my free time I write wills and healthcare narratives for seniors through the Georgia Legal Services Program, and this will be a great tool to help them and solve a lot of their problems with trying to handle their property upon their demise?
As we're fond of saying in this room, the gentleman knows of what he speaks.
And does the gentleman further yield?
I'll yield, yes, sir.
My last question, sir.
For a question like that, I'll keep yielding.
Yes, sir. For my support on this bill, can you promise me I will not have to go back to law school and learn how to write these deeds and take the bar again?
Yes, I promise you, because we got the form set out in the code for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, you have one further question after you legal eagles completed your discussion. We're going to have some common sense question from an ag guy over here. The chairman of ag, Representative Dickey, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, Mr.
This
Chairman.
is not an ag question, but if there's a conflict with this document and a will, what has precedent? I'm sorry I didn't ask you before, but what takes precedent?
Well, the statute actually provides that you can't revoke the conveyance by a will, and the will would take precedent, which it generally does. If you make a lifetime transfer of property that you have left to someone in your will, the gift is considered a deemed. It just kind of lapses and goes away. The same effect here. So you would have to execute another deed or a change of designation.
Thank you. I hope some other folks understood that better than I did.
Yeah. That was some of that legal stuff right there I'm talking
The
about.
answer to your question, Mr. Chairman, is yes.
Now, that's the kind of question I can understand the answer. You have no further questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would request your favorable consideration of House Bill 1247. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1247. The yeas are 171, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 1264, 1264?
House Bill 1264 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to professions and businesses, so as to authorize the Georgia Composite Board of Professional Counselors, Social Workers, and Marriage and Family Therapists to establish a professional health program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Stevens is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you House Bill 1264, which is an alternative to discipline program for nursing programs. House Bill 1264 will authorize the Board of Nursing and the Composite Medical Board of Professional Counselors to create a program that exactly mirrors what physicians, pharmacists, and dentists already have today. Georgia is only one of 7 states that do not have an alternative to discipline program for the licensed professional nurses, and none of these states are in the South. This program will enhance the patient's safety through early detection, intervention, and contractual monitoring agreements before a nurse practice can negatively be impacted. In this day and time, whenever we have a real scenario of shortage of nursing, we need to be able to intercede in an early stage so that we can help these nurses get back to practice and monitor these through their discipline program. Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair has none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair has none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of House Bill 1264. The yeas are 171, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 1040, 1040?
House Bill 1040 by Representative Hilton of the 48th to be entitled an act to amend Article 13 of Chapter 1 and Title 7 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to licensing of mortgage lenders and mortgage brokers so as to prohibit unfair or deceptive practices. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Banks and Banking. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Hilton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I present to you House Bill 1040. This bill deals with mortgage trigger leads. When you apply for a mortgage through your lender, they run a credit report that's sent to the credit agencies who then sell that data out to other lenders. And then you as the consumer are left with all these inbound calls of, hey, I hear you're looking for a credit, would like to deal with you. This doesn't outlaw that. It says you can still do unsolicited leads. You just have to follow these 4 parameters that we've outlined in the legislation. I want to thank Floor Leader Wade for bringing this idea to me. It's an honor to be a proxy of a floor leader and be before you today. So I ask for your consideration and we'll yield for questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, is yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Wiedauer rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that if the gentleman had yielded this legislation to the governor's floor leader, that presentation would have taken 5 times as long?
I'm really proud he didn't, if you feel that way. It makes me feel better, but not much better. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 1040, the yeas are 169, the nay is 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 1100-1100?
House Bill 1100 by Representative New of the 64th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to authorize the use of electronic notifications and communications by the Department of Revenue to motor vehicle owners relative to motor vehicle registration. This bill having referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
I think the lady knows a little bit about this subject matter, doesn't she? She certainly does. Representative Kimberly New is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about HB 1100. This is an agency bill for the Department of Revenue, the motor vehicles. This bill does 4 things. Number 1, it allows the Department of Revenue and the Department of Driver Services to send electronic notices or emails to customers who choose to opt in to receive notices. Customers like me wishing to continue to receive paper notices can still do that. It is an opt-in option only. Number 2, it clarifies that all vehicles titled to a government entity will have a plate labeling it is a government vehicle. This does not apply to law enforcement vehicles. This is for transparency in tax dollars. Number 3, it allows trailers to be included in the definition of fleet for vehicles that can have the registration renewed in bulk. So the definition of fleet is that you have 100 motor vehicles or more. So this is, would speed up the renewal process for those entities to renew their fleet. And that is like U-Haul, Avis, those are the individuals, the entities that would be able to do so. The 4th thing it does is to provide statutory authority for the Department of Revenue to allow electronic transfers of titles. It's setting the foundation for the future of Georgia for e-titling. Other states are already moving towards paperless title, and this would set us the foundation for the future for us to do the same. This is what the bill does. I would ask for your favorable consideration if there are no questions.
Lady has a couple of questions if you'll yield.
I will.
Representative Hughley to your left has a question. Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentle lady yield?
I will.
Just a point of clarification. So you're saying all government vehicles have to have a government tag unless they're law enforcement. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Well, does the gentle lady further yield?
I yield.
Isn't it true that some officials have taken the government tag off for their safety, and they've gone to just regular tags so that they won't be identified or harassed as they move around the city or the state? So that's a concern that I would have. Is that not true?
So this is for transparency and tax dollars. So taxpayers are paying for that vehicle, and so that way the taxpayer will know that that is a government vehicle, yes.
Does the gentle lady further yield one more time?
One more question, yes, ma'am.
Let me just bring it home for you.
Okay.
Isn't it true that my husband is the city manager of the city of Columbus, Georgia? They took off his government tag for his safety and gave him a regular tag. And you're saying that they're going to have to go back and put the government tag back on. Is that the correct understanding?
That does cover the scope of this bill, but I will say you probably do have a personal car that he could probably use.
Lady, yield for another question.
Can I yield the well, sir?
You may, yes. If that's
I would
lady,
like to
sir.
yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Mitchell rise?
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true? I wish that the lady would have remained in the well so that I could ask the question. Isn't it further true that judges, clerks, and others in the times that we live in would have to display their government cars, DAs? There's a bill that is working its way through the legislative process now that would remove their ability to list their personal property. And some of us, if this bill were to pass, those judges, DAs, and the like would have to display their government cars.
I'm sure the gentleman knows what he speaks, and evidently, as you speak, there's another bill working its way, so hopefully we'll get to a good final product at the end of the day. All members voted. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 1100, the yeas are 99, the nays are 68. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 957?
House Bill 957 by Representative Petrie of the 166 and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 7 of Title 52 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to abandoned vessels, so as revised penalties for failing to remove an abandoned vessel. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Petrie from down on the coast is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think we have a visual aid here, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you today House Bill 957. This bill is brought to you by myself and co-sponsored by my entire coastal delegation in this caucus. This bill deals with abandoned and derelict vessels. So just let me tell you a little bit about the problem. We have a multitude of abandoned vessels in Georgia waterways today. There are currently, according to DNR, 159 abandoned vessels. You see some examples here on the Georgia coast. There are 38 abandoned vessels in Georgia lakes. About half of these are sunken. Some are above water, some aren't. But as you can imagine, they are a real risk to public safety in terms of navigating public waterways. It costs the department about $32,000 to $42,000 to remove some of these, as you can imagine, and that burden is now borne by taxpayers, and we don't really have a line item for such removals in the first place. So, to date, what you need to know is this. To date, the department has not found a path to hold people accountable for this. My friends, people are floating vessels down here from other states and floating them off into the sunset. In my district, between sessions this year, we had a vessel from New Jersey that was floating in the Skidaway River. The guy floated it down here from New Jersey and literally just walked away and left it. These are vessels that have no value. They're barely worthy of floating any longer. And rather than deal with them appropriately, they just float them off into the high marsh, or in some cases sink them in the channel. This is a huge problem for the department. What this bill does very simply is once and for all fix this problem. This creates a penalty. It creates a criminal penalty of a misdemeanor and a high and aggravated nature. First offense, second offense is a felony. And further, it allows DNR some other measures you'll see in here, allows them to revoke vessel fishing licenses, and it allows the Department of Revenue, for an individual that does this, to revoke an automobile license, a driver's license, much as we do with some of the other abandoned issues with cars on highways. So to my colleagues here today, this is an issue of great importance to us on the coast. There is an exception you'll see in here that came from the wisdom of Representative Jaspers. In a state of emergency where you have a hurricane, there's an exception for that. And Mr. Speaker, I think that fairly explains the conundrum, and I'm glad to answer any question.
You have a coastal question, if you'll accept it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, glad
Just
to.
further down the coast view, Chairman Saines to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Is it not true that this will allow some of our friends in our coastal delegation to avoid sandbars because they're not as distracted by abandoned vessels?
I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. Yep.
One last question. Representative Franklin, right out in front of you to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is it not true that I'm a ship's captain?
It is. That's my understanding.
And one of the very first things I learned that our beautiful coastlines are not a dumping ground.
That is right, Representative, and indeed people are using the Georgia coast today and Georgia lakes as a dumping ground for this material. Thank you for the good question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
I think that last boat he captains, that blue one up there in the top left-hand corner, maybe is his last boat. That's why you lost your license to be a captain. Is there an objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there an objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of House Bill 957, the yeas are 170, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 481?
House Bill 481 by Representative Carson of the 46th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 20, entitled 47 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Public Retirement Systems Investment Authority Law, so as to provide for a fiduciary duty to invest retirement assets. This bill having referred to the Committee on Retirement, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman of the Committee on Retirement, Chairman Carson, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the hour is getting late. House Bill 41, all this does is codify the fiduciary duties and investment policies as set forth by our employee retirement system and the teacher retirement system. These fiduciary rules were adopted by their respective investment committees in September of 22 and adopted by the board formally in October of 22. All it does is mandates that fiduciaries execute their duties solely in the interest of plan members and beneficiaries. It ensures that every decision they make regarding retirement assets is made with the well-being of those individuals in mind. It requires fiduciaries to vote and execute on all voting proxies in the best interests of the investors. It very simple. Just codifies the board rules that are already been in place for the past year and a half, and it represents a step forward in ensuring the integrity and security of our state retirement systems. And that's all the bill does, Mr. Speaker. With that, I will yield for a question if there is one, and if not, I will yield the will.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
We do have a couple of members that are opposed to the bill that have requested time to speak. Per the rule from the Rules Committee, they have up to 30 minutes. We will recognize Representative Sandra Scott to speak to the bill. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I stand before you to voice my opposition to House Bill 481, a bill purportedly aimed at safeguarding retirement assets in Georgia. While the bill claims to prioritize the financial interests of retirees, it fails to recognize the broader implications and risks associated with the provisions. First and foremost, House Bill 481 seeks to ensure retirement assets are managed solely in the financial interests of participants and beneficiaries. While this may sound appealing on the surface, it neglects the reality that retirees have diverse needs and interests that extend beyond financial gains. By focusing solely on financial interests, this bill could restrict investment opportunities that may align with retirees' values and social well-being. Furthermore, the bill imposes stringent fiduciary duties, mandating fiduciaries to act prudently and diversify investments to minimize risk. While prudence and diversification are crucial, the bill fails to acknowledge the potential administrative burden this places on fiduciaries. The increased bureaucratic hurdles could hinder timely decisions making and limit the agility needed to navigate dynamic market conditions effectively. Additionally, House Bill 481 prohibits sacrificing investment returns for non-financial interests, such as social or political agendas. While financial returns are undoubtedly important, so too are the ethical and societal implications of investment decisions. By prioritizing financial gains above all else, the bill ignores the potential for investments to contribute positively to societal progress and environmental sustainability. Moreover, the bill allows for the delegation of investment management to qualified professionals. While expertise is valuable, delegating such responsibility introduces complexities in accountability and oversight. There is a risk that fiduciaries may abdicate their responsibilities without adequate scrutiny, potentially exposing retirees to undue risk or conflict of interest. In conclusion, House Bill 481 fails to strike a balance between financial prudence and broader societal interests. It emphasizes on financial gains, overlooks the holistic well-being of retirees and the community at large. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider this bill and advocate for legislation that prioritizes the comprehensive needs and values of Georgia retirees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Lady is yielded the well. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to speak to House Bill 481. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to express my concerns about House Bill 481 and to ask you to vote no on House Bill 481. Specifically, at lines 39 through 40, this bill points out that pension funds or fiduciaries for pensions cannot consider non-pecuniary interests or financial, I had to look that word up myself, but shall, and these non-pecuniary interests include things like social, political, or ideological interests. And so whenever there is anything in a bill or law, there's usually a reason for it. So I asked myself why. Why were these words specifically written into this bill? Why would we specifically not want pension or fiduciaries for pensions to consider these things? And I found some remarks from the committee testimony on this bill from a libertarian lobbying organization in which they accuse activists and elected officials of pressuring public pensions to invest or divest from specific companies or industries. So this is an overly simplistic view that has the potential of actually limiting options for alternative investments for Georgia pensioners, based on the assumption that it is for reasons other than financial reasons. Is it not possible that divestment from certain industries can be both a good financial decision as well as good social policy? And if so, who is going to decide how these fiduciaries are acting? Who gets to be the final arbiter on whether an investment is non-pecuniary or not? For example, many investment firms consider environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria, also known as ESG, as a part of their decisions on investment. This does not mean it is the sole criteria. It is a part of the criteria that they consider. And if you take this into account, that does not necessarily decrease the total number of potential alternative investments. However, the bill that we are voting on today does have the effect of taking certain alternative investments off the table, lest an investment company be accused of pushing a, quote, woke agenda. Additionally, sometimes divestment is the right thing to do. For example, in 2022, our governor decided to divest from Russian firms after Russia's aggressive invasion of Ukraine. This bill would take options like that. For Georgia to stand on its values, it would take those options away. We could be forced to continue investments in firms and countries committing acts that we do not agree with. Why would we want to tie our hands this way? Lastly, this is essentially an anti-climate change solutions bill. If you live anywhere in South Georgia or places where you have been affected by things like hurricane, then you know that climate change, unaddressed, has the potential to cause devastating effects on our economy. Increased flooding, severe storms, drought can cost communities lots and lots of money. So considering the impact of climate change in our state's retirement portfolio is very much a financial decision for our state. We should be doing the absolute most to make sure that our alternative investments are going to give pensioners a good return on investment when they retire. Labeling certain investments as, quote, woke, or assuming that certain investments or divestments are based solely on political activism risk causing pensioners to not get as much as they could and even possibly lose money. I urge you to vote no on this legislation because we should not be using this chamber and we should not be using the law to decide who gets to be who we get to invest in for our pensioners. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That concludes the speakers on House Bill 481. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purposes, Representative Rahman rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I was approached by several members of law enforcement that asked me to vote no on this bill?
If the lady will hold just for a minute. Please restate your inquiry.
Is it not true that I was approached by members of law enforcement who asked me to vote no on this bill, and they specifically cited concerns with retention?
I'm sure the lady speaks truthfully. For what purposes, Representative Franklin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that this bill simply codifies common sense, namely that our retirement system must be managed to serve the financial interest of its members?
I'm sure the gentleman knows that common sense is not so common anymore, but he believes in what he speaks. For what purposes, Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the lady talked about the law enforcement approaching her? That's a different retirement bill that they are looking at, not this one.
I'm sure you may be right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they spoke to the lady about. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of House Bill 481, the yeas are 114, the nays are 51. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Thank you, members. We have completed our rules calendar. We'll now move on to afternoon orders. We will have a maximum of 1 minute. Maximum of 1 minute this afternoon. We have a couple of afternoon orders that members will need to pay attention to and give the respect. Representative Martin, do you have an afternoon order that you would like to do today? You had spoken to us earlier about that. Representative Daniel, I know you have one. I pretty much used up my 1 minute, so here we go. Representative Howard and the Augusta delegation is recognized. They're recognized for an afternoon order. Representative Charlton Howard, the Augusta delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleague, Representative Gloria Frazier, I stand in her place for our Black History moment, representing Black history. And today we rise to pay tribute to the legend that I had the opportunity to meet on several occasions. James Brown, the godfather of soul, not only left an indelible mark on the music world, but he also made significant contributions to race relations. Born and raised in Augusta, Georgia, James Brown was deeply connected to his hometown and used his platform to advocate for equality and for unity. In a time of racial strife and segregation, James Brown's music transcended boundaries and brought people together. His iconic song, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud," became an anthem for civil rights movement, empowering African Americans to embrace their heritage and stand up against discrimination. Today we remember James Brown not only as a musical genius, but as a champion for civil rights and a proud son of Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, Augusta delegation. Representative Lauren Daniels is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to invite my Henry delegation up here if possible. And last week, we lost a pillar in our community. Some of you may know him as the owner of Southern Bell Farms. Mr. Carter was a man of many accolades, and he spent his entire life in service in some form or another. He spent 2 decades on the Henry County Board of Education, and I think it would be fair to say that many kids, including myself, would not be where we are today if it were not for the service of Mr. Carter and his efforts to make Henry County public school system one of the best in the state. He served in the military, on the Henry County Water Authority, and numerous other boards, and was a deacon in his church. Mr. Jimmy Carter had a great passion for agriculture, and he was a farmer through and through. He gave himself fully to our community, but most importantly, the way in which he loved his family cannot be overstated. They say the measure of a man is what he leaves behind, and what Mr. Jimmy Carter leaves behind is a legacy of service and a family who has followed in his footsteps by their continued service to our community. Please join me in prayer today by lifting up his wife, Kathy, and the rest of his family, as well as our community, because he will be dearly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, representatives. Representative Hutchinson is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. Today, I'd like to introduce to you one of the hundreds of children who are available for adoption in Georgia. Please meet Cassius. Cassius is 6. He is a kind, determined, loving child who enjoys playing with cars, balls, and monster trucks. He also enjoys watching Spider-Man, Batman, and all other movies involving Batman and Spider-Man. At school, he gets along well with other kids. He enjoys reading, playing with books, and movie time. Colleagues, these are one of hundreds of children who are available for adoption, and I am a sucker for that snaggletooth smile. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Glaze is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have a picture that goes with this. So I stand to do an afternoon order for African American History Month. This is Susie King Taylor, the first certified African American teacher in the United States of America. She was from Liberty County. She was born in 1848, passed at 64 years old. She started several of the first colored schools in Georgia. Upon the Civil War, she became a nurse. After the Civil War, she worked 4 years, 3 months, no pay. They did not pay a black woman at that time, or men. And so she went on to Boston and served a very wealthy family there. And upon serving there, she eventually came back to this great state of Georgia in Liberty County, and she wrote her Renaissance, her own story. So thank you so much for listening to the life of Susie King Taylor.
A good moment. Thanks for bringing it to us. Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this moment and apologize to members of my House family. Earlier, when I presented a bill, I made a very insensitive reference, and that offended some, and so I wanted to make sure that I apologize to each and every one of y'all. Most of all of y'all know the intent of my heart, but when you mess up with your words, you got to correct that, and so I would ask each and every one of y'all to forgive me for that, as that was nowhere near my intent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Measure of a member when they apologize for something that may have been said or taken out of context, so thank you for doing that. Representative Stinson. You have a resolution would like some signatures on. Representative Stinson. Boy, you can get down that hall, that center aisle body fast.
Yes, sir.
Take your time. Representative Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I would just like to share with you that I have some legislation that I plan to introduce and would love to have some signatures joining in with me. And my legislation is simply providing where in any indictment proceedings before a grand jury, the accused and his or her counsel shall have the right to be presented during the presentation of all evidence. Currently in Georgia, when someone is indicted, before they are actually indicted, when their case go before a grand jury, the grand jury is only hearing from the prosecution. My simple legislation would make it where the grand jury will hear both from the prosecution and the defense. So if anyone would like to read this and look more into it and sign off with me, you are welcome to do so. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. That completes our afternoon orders. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Horace King. Honoring the life and memory of Dr. Richard Weitzenecker. Honoring the life and memory of Dr. James R. Morrow. Honoring the life and memory of William Douglas Mealing, Sr. Recognizing and commending Lady Fannie Mae Hauser. Recognizing and commending Ann McNeil. Congratulating and commending Toyo Tire USA. Congratulating and commending Nagel's Bagels. Recognizing March 2024 is Blood Clot Awareness Month at State Capitol. Congratulating and commending Lana Copeland Hardy for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Congratulating and commending Tiffany McBride for receiving the 2024 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Commending and congratulating Eugene H. Russell. Recognizing March 4th, 2024 is DeKalb County Day, recognizing and commending Huma Yosef for being the first elected ethnic minority and Muslim First Minister of Scotland. Recognizing March 4, 2024 is Reach Out and Read Day at the state capitol, recognizing and commending Georgia State University, recognizing February 27, 2024 is Dominican Republic Independence Day, recognizing November 1st, 2024 is Diwali Day. Commending the Georgia, Walton, and James Oglethorpe chapters of the Daughters of the American Revolution, recognizing and commending the Georgia Department of Agriculture upon its 150th anniversary, recognizing March 2024 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, congratulating and commending Heather Braswell, recognizing and commending radio station VSAM 1040 on its 10th anniversary, and recognizing March 2024 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month and honoring the Georgia Colorectal Cancer Control Program. Recognizing and commending October 23rd, 2024 as Fentanyl Prevention and Awareness Day for Georgia students. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. We'll move on to announcements. Chair Lady Darlene Taylor is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Life and Health Insurance Subcommittee will be meeting immediately upon adjournment in room 415. 415, Life and Health Subcommittee. Thank you.
Chairman Jasper is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 406, transportation members, I need you. We've got these very important road naming to get through and also another couple bills. So I need you to be there if you can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Powell recognized for an announcement.
Regulated Industry Committee, room LOB 606. Ways and Means will have it before us. Chairman Blackman says they'll be there about 30 minutes. So I'm guessing in about 30 to 40 minutes, if you'll show up, we've got some very important stuff and need for you to be there to hear Al Williams present a cosmetology bill.
Most difficult bills in this of all time, cosmetology, no doubt. Chairman Corbett recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Environmental Quality Subcommittee of Natural Resources will meet in room 415, CLOB, upon adjournment. And also the hardest working committee in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, the Motor Vehicles Committee, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in 606. Thank you.
Chairman Meeks recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget and Fiscal Affairs will meet upon adjournment in 341. Budget, Fiscal Affairs upon adjournment 341. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hong is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary Non-Civil Hong Subcommittee will meet in room 132 upon adjournment. Thank you.
Representative Anderson is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Governmental Affairs will meet upon adjournment of transportation in 406 CLOB. Thank you.
Chairman Mitchell recognized for an announcement.
The Democratic Caucus will meet tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. in 2:30. Breakfast will be served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Newton recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two committee announcements. House Health will meet immediately on adjournment, and Capitol 403 just upstairs. On adjournment of House Health, Interstate Cooperation will meet. So also in 403. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Lumsden recognized for an announcement.
There will be a meeting of the Full House Insurance Committee meeting in the morning, 8 a.m., CLOB 406. Thank you.
Chairman Stevens recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., the House Economic Development and Tourism Committee will meet in 506 CLOB.
That completes our announcements. Members, if you will cast your eyes up on the message boards, this is something new that the messenger has coordinated. You will have your pages identified and the representatives they are serving on the board. I appreciate them doing that. That's special. So our pages, we'll do it a little bit earlier. They can see their names up in lights. That completes the business of the day. This House's majority leader is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand in recess until 6 o'clock p.m. and then stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024.
On the motion of the majority leader, this House stands in recess until 6 p.m. today and then stand adjourned until tomorrow, Tuesday, February the 27th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. The ayes clearly have it. We're in recess. Thanks, guys, for hanging in there.